Needed to happen.
Hi, chat. We are perfectly wholesome. You can
That's
trust
a
me.
fucking lie.
Today's topic.
Pat, a serious
Rip
question.
YouTube.
Do you guys think pineapple go on pizza?
Yes.
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 Yes,
Absolutely.
it's not. Pineapple does not go on pizza.
You haven't had an
Pineapple is a
authentic
refreshing
Hawaiian
fruit of
pizza. There
It
is.
tastes delicious.
Authentic Hawaiian
You haven't
pizza is
had-
Canadian.
You haven't had the most refreshing pizza ever until you've had black olives and pineapple on the same pizza.
That does sound good.
My mouth feels like an aluminum can when you said that.
Yeah.
Pizzas, or are you talking about the
Black olives and pineapple on pizza?
Ah,
Got them.
They had was X.
it was. He definitely felt matched. For sure. I
Because
think
you got paid to do it.
I mean, for enough money.
Yes, sir. Well, that was a
Except
good
world
read.
peace. Except for world peace. Even
No,
with
there's a
Prism
price on
running-
world peace too.
I was about to say, there's a famous song. I would do anything for love. Don't do that. What does he mean when
I'm
he
more
says
Timmy
that?
Don't worry about it. Not
I'm assuming
wrong.
others can't hear you, Cad. That's cheating.
Especially with me in the room, man. You're playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, when you say stuff like that and they can't, makes me think that that topic is okay to talk about.
I respect the homie too much.
Let's go, Steve. You can talk about that on my stream.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What? Damn it, burning.
Why is it whenever I try to open up a Twitch, just Twitch?
Gotta.
Robot? No. Every time I open up Twitch, it keeps happening.
That has to be a prank. That's not real.
I'm trying to get my view over here, but Twitch is not playing game.
Bernie
Wait,
has to have like a
Tom,
big block of cheese on him.
Yo, you right?
Listen, I know Steve for having a lot of profile pictures with Peter Griffin on them.
I don't know
My
what you're
favorite Steve
talking
picture
about.
is Peter Griffin.
You know what I'm talking about.
Hang on, it's taking a while for my pictures to load up.
Oh no, he's pulling up the folder. Oh god.
But which folder? My friend.
Hard decision.
Bye.
では前に出ます
Hello, chat. Okay, let's see. What have I got here? Dried up. I just got the tweet posted. Do me the favor. Go give it some love. Today we'll be doing a collab with Mr. Ventos. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and grab some commands that Ventos sent me. Quickly throw them into chat here. Hello, Ivy. How's it going? And there we go. So it's bingo and bingo rules. All right. Where are we at? Oh, God. Almost spilled my drink. Jesus. I'm doing too many things at once. Let's not do that. Alrighty. Grab you guys today's sauce. What did I do with it? There it is. I'm having an alright day. Unfortunately, my vacation is ending, which I'm not looking forward to, but... And yes, thank you, Deontay, for the 360. Hello, everybody. Here is today's artwork. Do me a favor, go give the artist some love. The string, yes. All right. This is the first time I've seen the stream startup background. Not been here early enough to see it. It's all good. Honestly, I feel like I sit on my startup stream too often nowadays. It's something that I used to think like when other streamers did it, I was like, man, it's just like it's too much. Nowadays, though, part of the reason that I am is because like I am there, I am like doing stuff, I'm talking with people in Discord, but I am like prepping everything that I have to do, including the various platforms now that we have to stream to. So it's unfortunate, but it just takes forever nowadays to get set up for stream. I used to be a lot faster at it. How's it going? Almost weekend time. Yep. Gonna get my alt account fired up here. And again, for those of you guys that haven't heard, we're going to be collaborating with Ventos today. He's going to be doing another bingo session with us. So definitely gonna have fun with that. Hope you guys stick around for everything. I believe Ventos will be on in like a half hour, if I remember correctly from when I talked to him. And we also have the remnant of that HSR x Nasu interview to go over. We started going over that pretty late last night, so I only got to read the first page and then had to kind of quit out there because it was already, I think, like 11:45 or something when I finished the first page. If you guys want to know how the bingo works, You can type !bingo or !bingo rules, and you guys will see. I am still waiting, I believe, on Ventos to actually send me the bingo page, because I think he's in the process of getting it set up. How was my day? My day is pretty good. I woke up pretty late, but that's kind of just been the case for me lately, as I've I didn't post the video for today, did I, chat? Shit. No. I just realized I didn't post today's YouTube video, so I'll have to post that probably like tomorrow. Nope. Yeah, it's all good. You went to bed really late, though? Yeah, that is part of the issue. I think when I went to bed, it was only Creamy and... well, actually, I think Creamy went to bed before I did, so I think it was just Torak was in there with me. We were up late watching South Park, so, it is what it is. That coin video is still not out? Sorry, which coin video? If you're talking about the one where we talked about Aniplex, that wasn't about coins. I was expecting the summer event one. Yeah, that's the one that's supposed to be out today. I literally like OKS DM'd me. I got sidetracked and then completely forgot about it after looking at the DM. And that's not a good thing. I need to be better about that. But again, like I said, it's my vacation. It's one of those deals where it's just like, I'm just trying to take it as easy as possible. The coins are dead video. Yeah. That one's still somewhere in the, like, the list. I'd have to go find it. And I'd probably have to review it to see if my... Because again, I've recorded that, I think, at the early part of the year, if not, like, late last year. So I'd have to go back and I'd have to rewatch it for myself to make sure that it's, like, up to snuff for what I would want it to be. Because if not, I can always re-record. But... I wish I had days off on summer. Yeah. You think JP will get a tower or a grail front this year? I wouldn't be surprised by that. All right, let's not pop anything on the Lotto. Chat, I've decided I'm not doing 500 boxes on the Lotto. We were talking about it last night, and I think, like, I agree. Like, I'm somewhere north of 150. We're at, like, 155 boxes, okay? And I think I'm going to try to get to, like, 200. That's going to be my goal for the end of this Lotto. We have so many of those farming opportunities for the individual classes that it's not that this Lotto isn't important. It's not that it doesn't matter. It's that, at least for my account, spreading it more evenly across the various farming opportunities for the grand system is a little bit smarter. That way I can get to a point where I'm like, okay, I'm so far ahead of my statues and monuments, I just never need them ever again. I would much rather have that peace of mind than worry about one-off Lotto and, like, some of the materials in it. Particularly because, at least for this Lotto, the materials currently present in it are, I'm not going to say bad, but, like, they're nothing that I'm like, oh man, I really, like, gotta have type deal, right? Like, most of these are already materials that I have pretty well. And then from there, to me, the bigger issue is, if anything, it's the ticket that you get in each of the boxes. Let me see if I can find it. This sucker, okay? So the conversion ticket actually can be converted into gold mats, and those materials are nice. Those are really, really good. I think that would be probably the biggest reason to actually farm. But I think, like, for me personally, right now, like, I can farm the Lotto, but there's really not a huge, like, need to actually do very much. $200 game rise up. Yeah. Also, the grand duels give you the match you need for the class score. Right. You'll fire much faster on the 90 plus node. You're not wrong about that, Arsis. And that's something I've been thinking about as well, is like, should I step down? I think the thing that I'm liking right now is that I'm able to get away with Laratoria. And I am able to 6 slot the node. So there is some value there, but it's certainly like, it's a lot of runs. A lot. And the runs are often not clean. Let's do at least one of these. I'm not sure, like, I'm not sure how much I need my AP touched on here before the collab session, so it is what it is. But I'll get it ticking. You only get them for the first 10 boxes? Oh, really? That definitely hurts the viability of this lotto then. I thought it was an item that you got the entire time like some of the other tickets have been. That kind of sucks then. Like, not gonna lie. I was gonna say, like realistically speaking, that actually lowers my opinion of this lotto significantly, if that's the case. I farm 90 plus with 3 DPS. Which one is the 90 plus? Like, what's the node makeup? Because I haven't touched it. At least not in a while, right? Not since day one. No Mystic Code's not a problem because I have all my Mystic Codes leveled on JP, so. 211 Assassins, okay. Yep, the Raikou buff did come out. That's probably also on my to-do list, but probably not till tomorrow. The fact they skipped an egg node for Bleached Earth is a travesty. So you say skip, I say literally they just didn't give it to you. There's plenty of materials they haven't given you. So did our boy Hans buff? Right. Been using my Salter a ton now, yeah? I mean, it's, like I said, it's one of the most monumental buffs I've ever seen in the game. I think it's like, it's up there with like Caster Ku's upgrade, where it took a unit, I'm not going to say Salter was underwhelming, right? But it took a unit that was rather, like, limited in what they could do, and it just, like, opened Pandora's box. It just absolutely, like, exploded the capability of the unit. And like I said, it's really only, like, Caster Ku and her are the ones that I can think of where that happened. Where they went from having very minimal charge to all of a sudden, they are now a, like, Black Grail looping juggernaut. And you're like, dude, what the heck? The Raikou buff is out for an A? Yes. Yes, the Raikou buff is out for an A. Let me see here. We've currently done all of our stuff. I think we've done all of our weeklies too. Yeah, we're actually good here. So we'll just grind a little bit on the alt account. I should do this, but you know what? Whatever. Let's go ahead and do it. Get some AP ticking. Does Alt have Castoria? No. Castoria hasn't had a banner in a hot second. So, like, basically, since this account started, there has been no Castoria banner. Because assuredly, if there was, I would have rolled her. Just for the simple purposes of, like, her actual, like, challenge capability and such, right? Rash is probably not going to do enough here to kill. Oh, he just missed that one. If he had gotten the one, the 2 remaining cards would have finished the last 2 off. Chat, I've been enjoying cooking again. It's been nice. Like, I didn't have to cook today because I had leftovers to eat. I still have another batch of leftovers. Those fajitas I made lasted me like at least 3 meals. So it's like it's working out for me again. I'm enjoying it and I'm having fun with it. I've just got to get myself into the habit of it now. Vodka pasta for dinner last night? Ooh, nice. Just using 3 for everything? Yeah, I'll admit I have not set up my, like, event support. I'm bad right now, chat. Just forgive me all of my sins because I'm on vacation. Dagger the cards here. No Big Hat Ascension SMH? Not on this account, just because I've been lazy and I haven't changed it. My NA has it, though. It's like I'm not even done leveling Ace on this account, so that's why I haven't changed anything. A2 is the most Artoria, so that's on brand for CAD. I disagree. A1 is the most Artoria. Well, this isn't going to work out in my favor. I guess we'll do that since the support ace is the one that has the crit damage buff. How do you figure out what Saberface to grind for JP? Like, what do you mean? Like, which one am I working on? Oh, weird charm. 98% chat. You can't tell me that the game doesn't sit there and, like, calculate this crap. It knows. Like, basically, you end up at 98% way too often for it to not be a thing. Especially compared to, like, oh, hey, how many times, chat, do you remember getting perfectly, like, even 100%? I'm not going to say it doesn't happen. It does. It's just, like, I get 98% probably, like, 5 times as much. Whatever one you start first, of course. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like when it comes to the Saberfaces, it really just depends on, like, both my preferences, maybe gameplay concerns, that sort of stuff. I factor in a lot of things into it, as well as, like, the timeliness of stuff. Like, I have primarily started by saying, like, well, obviously I love all the Saberfaces. It's like, my priority is Artoria, always has been, and it always will be. And of those, I do have a tendency to prioritize the OGs over the alters. Not that I don't like the alters, but just in the sense that the OGs to me are literally like, hey, this is kind of authentic Artoria, whereas the alters are like, hey, I'm Artoria in a what if, you know, things went differently. I could do advanced quests on the alt account. I don't see that these would be worth it, other than for, like for the courts, obviously. But like right now, short term, while there's half cost, yeah, I don't see a point. Which, admittedly, summer event is where like this account's going to struggle. More than anything, I actually probably need to prioritize getting my master level up just so I have more of a full AP bar here. I have been grinding the caster daily, and you can see I've gotten better on these like materials, but naturally there's still some problems here. I could step down, I could do expert. Nope. I haven't done it yet, so I haven't seen it. The advanced still doesn't really give much. Actually, if I remember correctly, I think it is the 20 AP is the best efficiency for like blue stuff. Early account woes. It's really not too bad, honestly. Is there any hope for a new statue, Lotto? No, I think, honest to God, since the grand battle exists, you literally have like no hope of that ever being a thing ever again. Maybe sometime in the like distant future, but considering these are permanent additions to the game and they are here to stay, I just don't see why they would ever bother. Like, in a weird way, chat, you can view the grand battles as like a like 90 plus extreme variant of the training grounds. That's really just how I would look at it. So I don't really see them ever adding that. Could have another voted rerun. Yeah, and we can't even vote for that. I think they improved statue economy of the grand battles tremendously. Yeah, like, I mean, honestly, like, even right now, you're just, if you're like logging in and you're doing stuff, you're getting tickets. Like, with your dailies, you're just getting given tickets that have the correct, like, whatchamacallit on it. The correct class. So it's like you're just gonna get the statues and monuments from that. You're not gonna care. Like, if my new player account was starting now, even though I couldn't do the grand stuff, I could at least gain the benefit if it was on JP of like those tickets and everything. That would be huge on top of the tutorials that already give them. So like that would bail you out of a lot of like early game needs. God, I'm cursed for blue gems, dude. Actually cursed. I'm getting what, 4 class tickets per day? Pretty much. People were hesitant to use the class score system because statues are overvalued. Yeah, I mean, I've said this before too. It's like look at appends, look at class score. Why would you bother to invest in any of them if like the initial stuff of like, hey, I need to like work on my skills. Like if you're not in a good place on that, you have to prioritize skills over everything else. I don't see why you wouldn't, right? So to me, at that point, it's one of those deals where it's an afterthought, And like you said, it's like, oh, okay, well, if I need statues and monuments to still level up my units, I'm certainly not investing in class score. And obviously, like early on in an account, you're gonna have people that are gonna go like, hey, you know, I need that, but then later on they'll have a lot more stuff leveled and they might not. But I think what they probably looked at and saw is that like people, even the people that like had maybe most of their account worked on, still didn't feel like they were good on their statues and monuments. Like, you're not gonna sit there and it's like, okay, I have all my characters leveled, but I have like 10 statues. You're not gonna do class score. Like, you're gonna sit there and you're gonna sit on that because you never know when the next servant is coming that's gonna require it. So I think the devs looked at that and probably saw it and were like, yeah, this is probably an issue. Let's deal with it. I'm gonna send Drake here. All about the mana prisms, especially if it's a newer account. You're not wrong. Mana prisms are still ass in the game. If you're a veteran player and you're someone that's done a ton in a Lotto, you don't understand this issue. I can't say it enough. It's like, to new players with so much other stuff they need to buy, on top of like, hey, I need to buy like my monthly stuff, and now what's in the monthly shop just keeps increasing. It's so difficult to ever get ahead on statues. Or sorry, not statues, on mana prisms. So like, yeah, I think it's a natural problem. Just do that. Interestingly enough, I've been able to card through the first wave here easy. Don't forget the C's, yeah. Craft Essence Experience Lotto? I don't know about that. Like, a CE Experience Lotto sounds like an interesting concept, but I sadly feel that like a lot of players just wouldn't grind it. They would just say, well, whatever. MP is the only reason why I'm farming the Lotto, especially since 10th Annie will take several thousands in a month too. And I still need to buy the Casher and Rider Bonsies. Yeah, like, I don't think the devs understand that like they look at maybe the veteran side a little bit too much on that issue. And I think they see it and they go like, oh, well, your average player shouldn't be able to like farm out everything in the Mana Prism shop. And I kind of understand and get that. But the problem is trying to like overcome the deficit that you start out with. Every single month, that deficit grows in FGO. There is new stuff that you end up needing to buy, and you are yet another month behind everybody else. So to me, it's kind of rough because they don't implement a way for new players to get access to that material easily. The only additional way they have added since probably, I want to say like, is it year 7? Because I think year 7, like literally last year on an A, was when they added the daily tickets, where you again like when you're doing your dailies, you'll now get more. But actually, I think even then, yeah, no, they only tweaked the ticket amount. They didn't tweak the Mana Prism amount there, I don't think. So yeah, it might have been a long time. Like literally hey, now there's Mana Prisms that we've added to the Quartz Gacha, which doesn't help out like free-to-players really at all. I think when you look at that sort of thing, you realize it's like, yeah, they really just haven't added new sources of Mana Prisms to the game. And, you know, again, you can see just it's another, like, it's another sort of bottleneck issue where the only, like, solution they've given you is going through the Quartz Gacha. Literally give them more money. And like I've said before too, FGO didn't used to be that way. Its gacha sucked. Okay, and everyone acknowledged that was the issue. But they were super generous outside of that gacha. And the problem that I have now is this sort of thing is kind of going the way of the dodo, and everything is going back to the gacha. They're trying to funnel everything into it, which I don't think is a good thing. Like, just being honest, I think that's like probably one of the worst ways they could handle it. The gacha is profitable enough as is. People are going to roll for various means. I don't think it's a problem to attach something to the gacha. I think the issue is outside of the gacha, how do you acquire mana prisms right now? Anyone have an answer? Yeah, so the most consistent is your 3 daily runs. Chat's also bringing up FP, burning silvers. And literally lotto boxes. And you're right. These are most of the actual consistent ones. So this is good. I have no issue with this unless they wanted to increase the amount you get on a daily basis. And actually, being frankly honest, this is the simplest fix to this issue, and it's actually what they should do. Because they've perpetually increased what is in the Mana Prism shop on a monthly basis, but they have not increased the amount of Mana Prisms they're giving you. FP... I'm gonna be honest with you guys. FP's a fucking joke, and it literally just depends on this. So, to me, these two are hand in hand. This is a no. I don't believe this is a true actual source, really, unless you have enough FP for it to be something of value. Burning silvers is predicated on this idea that you're gonna go out and farm silvers, which is a massive waste of your AP and something you absolutely should not be doing, right? This was a strategy that people used back in the day, and my contingent is just go harder on a lotto. That is much, much better for you long term. And you will get silvers out of, well, at least you did in the past. You did get silvers out of a lotto. They actually tweaked it now on JP. We don't get silver embers in a lotto box anymore, but instead as a replacement, we get the equivalent amount of gold embers in experience and the equivalent amount of mana prisms that you would have gotten from burning it. So you actually get the best of both worlds in that regard. It's maybe one small tweak they have made that's to the player's benefit in this regard. And then lotto boxes. Look, lotto boxes, let's be honest, this absolutely is one of the solutions, but they only happen twice yearly, and some people don't go hard in them. Some people don't do hundreds of boxes. So this is one of those things where if you look at it from, I'm not going to say even a casual, but like just a not as like min-maxing hardcore, like grindy type of player, there's still problems here. So it's like, to me, this is, again, the easiest way to fix the Mana Prism issue. This is not a fix at all. This is kind of a bad solution that nobody really should be doing. So it's not good. They either just need another source or they need to increase one of the more consistent sources of Mana Prisms. That way, there's a little bit of an easier time for older players to catch up. Because honest to God, like, I think that's one of the biggest issues I have is that we're at this point where, like, again, a new player can't really catch up on that front. They can, buy their monthly tickets. They can maybe buy one or two other things out of the monthly shop, but you're not going to be able to buy everything. And that's a problem. And that's not even considering other things like the ability to purchase like old CEs and stuff. So that starts getting really hairy. Like, chat, it's so nice that things like the Da Vinci Shop Cs exist, but old players have to buy a bunch of them. It's so nice that they're bringing back old welfare Cs from events now, but new players have to buy a bunch of them. Obviously, they can't have everything all at once. We get that. It's something they have to work towards, but they literally can't have it. I don't know any other way to say this to you guys. It's outside of farming a Lotto a bunch, it's nigh impossible to ever get ahead. And for frame of reference, chat, my JP has been doing 500 boxes in a Lotto for several years now. My JP has spent 6+ years now playing, and only really now is it finally ahead. And that ahead is tentative, as I am actually losing progress, and I'm headed back towards 0 mana prisms currently with the amount of things that are in the shop. So that's not good, right? Like, that tells you that there's not enough being given out. And realistically speaking, me not farming the Lotto is me giving up one of those opportunities. If you can't see the end of the grind, you lose motivation to keep up. Yeah, I completely understand that and agree. Like, it's a problem. So I don't really know how else to say it other than, like, this is an issue that they do need to eventually address. It's not a, like, man, the whole server's going to burn down type of issue, but it's an issue in which, like, new players are just going to be like, oh man, these are some really nice Cs. It's a shame I can't get them. And then you're going to go like, what do you mean? Why can't you get them? I can get them. And of course you can get them. You've been playing a long time and you've been grinding a shit ton in the Lotto. So it's like, should they be given it for free? No, not necessarily. It should be something that I should have to work towards. But older veteran players don't really understand that it's not nearly as easy to get caught up on mana prisms. And this is nothing new. It's been this way. It's been this way for a good 5+ years, like I said, as the list of craft essences just keeps bloating, and the list of monthly shop items in the reset keep bloating. New player experience is awful. I wouldn't say it's awful. I actually think the new player experience is a lot better than people give it credit for. The new player experience absolutely used to be awful. But I'd wager that over the past 4 years, it has gotten leaps and bounds better. And I say this as somebody that's been creating new player guides, as somebody that, again, is running an alt account here and stuff like that in order to get an account up and running and online. I think a lot of people don't understand just how much things have changed, but mana prisms are one of those issues where it's really like, it just sucks still. That's just going to be one of those problems for any new player. Evocation shop helps a lot. Yes. Yeah, the evocation shop is huge for getting a new player into the game. It's easy to be like, oh, hey, but like FGO has welfares and stuff, when FGO basically isn't of the caliber with it. Okay, I just had to make sure that killed. Isn't of the caliber for like new players to actually be able to get those welfares prior to the evocation system. Without that evocation system, like those of us veterans are like, oh, just get this welfare, it's really good, and the new player had no way of getting said welfare. So it's like, yeah, that's definitely why that sort of thing needed to change, and thankfully it has for the better. I think, like, looking back, that was one of the reasons everybody was so hyped for like the main interlude system, and then they ended up just, the main interlude system was a big fucking bust. They didn't do much of anything with it. They basically did the old Christmas event that Erish was in because they needed to bring Erish back because that was right during the Babylonia anime airing, and they went, oops, tee-hee, we forgot to give Erish anything. And so they had to give her something, and that's where they did the main interlude to fit it in and to force it. And then after that, we got the CCC event, which should have been the first main interlude, because out of all the story chapters that actually truly matter, CCC was event locked and literally temporary and had gone away. So it needed to actually come back as a true Epic of Remnant. And them bringing that back was a good thing. But then after that, main interlude from then on out is literally only ever used as a like story mechanism until we finally got to, I guess technically you could say, Ordeal Call 3, aka Summer 9. But even then, it's like, I think it's the exact same problem that we had with CCC, where they just went like, hey, this is main story, but we did it in an actual event, and oh shit, we made it go away. Let's rectify that. So like the main interlude system had been like just kind of crap for how they've handled it over the years. I'm happy they have done more with it here lately, but they definitely need to keep using that system, because that's a system that I think a lot of other gacha games have similar effects for. And if FGO stops doing it, it's just going to make it harder on new players to actually catch up and do stuff. Do you think they'll let us swap Evo leaves for other resources at some point because it's overflowing me on JP? Yeah, how many do you have? And have you purchased all of the coins? $12K? You want to see how much my my JP has? I can show you. Do I think they'll ever do it? I don't know. Maybe. To me, that would also be a decent and fair thing. Is like, what if you allowed evocation leaves to be exchanged for like mana prisms or something? I think that'd be fine. Damn, USO on the JP account? Yeah, I finally got a USO for Artoria. She spooked us. We got a 6th copy. Which, of course, out of everything, the JP account, which started out as free-to-play originally and became a whale later on. Oh, sorry, not whale. Became a dolphin, right? Of course, it finally manages to get bad luck and get a USO. And what was the cause of that? It was Artoria. Of course it was Artoria, right? Like, I've told you guys before, it's like Artoria only shows up when it's funny on that account. And that's exactly what she just keeps doing. Also, dude, what is this? I cannot get a blue skill gem drop to save my life. It's supposed to be like really efficient on the like 2nd tier node. And instead, I'm just getting anything other than it. Buy it from the Pure Prism shop? No, that's a terrible use of Pure Prisms. Fuck. Ugh. God, that is one of the worst uses I could ever think of. No, I would 10 times rather do something else. Get one or you die, CAD sweating? Yeah, no, I'm not going to get one. They're not going to give you a new way to get, like, pure prisms, if that's what you're referring to. If you mean mana prisms, then sure, I agree. But pure prisms, Pure prisms are a weird issue because it's something that the players want, and they don't realize that the developers are probably unwilling to give them more. Especially, honest to God, I actually think the developers have already been too generous, and I think that's going to backfire on them. The best use of pure prisms is to just never use it. You're not wrong. No, I mean, like, this account will definitely use pure prisms. It's more of an issue of, like, skill gems really are not that hard to get in the grand scheme of things. I'm just having a bad luck with the drops here. But that's where it's like, yeah, see, for instance, finally I'm at, like, 12. That's enough to do one skill. And I've sat here and I've had to grind, like, all of my AP, right? Is it better to hoard pure prisms, or once they implement the material monthly refresh, is it better to spend them? What do you mean by material monthly refresh? Because that's not a thing. I assume that's like people are thinking that's the how do you put it? Like the one-off refresh ticket that we've gotten a handful of times. Yeah. Was there going to be a refresh thingy in JP? It refreshes one item one time, and there have only ever been, I think, 6 of them given out total. And once you've reset an item, you cannot reset it ever again. So it's like if you go like, hey, I'm going to buy up all my eggs. Okay, now I'm going to reset it so that all the eggs are there again and I'm going to buy them up again. You can't ever reset eggs ever again, which is rough. But like for now, no, I think, honest to God, like I agree with what someone in chat's saying. It's like the fact that they even gave us a refresh, I'm really surprised by. And I think that will actually backfire on them because all it's going to do is they fed the beast now and now players are going to want it more. And you guys got to understand, FGO is all about like grinding. That is the way it is. If you don't like that, I'm going to give you some sage advice. I'm going to tell you to quit the game right now because that is exactly what this game is about. Okay. So the fact that they have given players pure prisms, I thought the initial implementation of that system was really smart because it's a good way for new players to get access to materials that they couldn't get otherwise if they like maybe were story locked or something like that. Giving a refresh to that system that is meant to be a temporary thing and not something that is meant to actually be, how should I put it? The, like, it's not meant to actually be a replacement for farming, right? Giving players the ability to refresh that and get even more, I'm surprised. Like I said, that to me, that can backfire on them really hard and they need to be very careful with it. Which, to be fair, that's probably why they've only ever given out 6 of them. We need shards for a month for item choice. You have that. It's called tickets. I'm dead serious, chat. I don't think a lot of people realize just how much free materials you already get in this game. And I'm going to use my NA account as the point of reference. Chat, this is probably not true for Ordeal Call 1 anymore, okay? Because I just ended up pulling 2 new units for Ordeal Call 1 that I didn't have. But Ordeal Call 1 came out. It had new materials. I didn't have to farm any of them. At all. I did not have to sit down and farm them. Why? Because I didn't need them immediately, and I knew the tickets are eventually going to give them to me. And we get so many through tickets that I just went like, looks at the total amount I need, looks at the amount I'm getting from tickets. Yeah, I'm good. That's what I'm saying. Most people don't realize just how much we actually do get from this stuff. It's kind of insane. And this is a huge alleviation for players that, like, you know, obviously are trying to not have to grind as much, but just literally do it, logging in and doing your 3 dailies a day is so freaking lucrative for your account. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, if you're not doing that, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. And that's usually, honest to God, the people that I see where like their account struggles over time. They're like, I've been playing the game for like 3-4 years and I still can't get ahead. That's why. They're not actually playing the game for 3 to 4 years. They're playing the game like, 2 days a week for like 3 to 4 years. And it's like, okay, cool. In that time, I've played 7 days a week for that 3 to 4 years, and I have completely eclipsed and lapped you multiple times. So, like, there's a big reason for that, and it's often the case. Hello, Vegeta. And yes, actually, we are getting ready here to do the collab with Ventas. Okay. We're going to be getting started here in just a minute. And yeah, here are the 6 refresh items, chat. It's these 6 items. Who's your favorite Fate waifu? Mine is Artoria, so you're probably not going to like me too much, right? I love all the Saberfaces, so you're in good hands here. He didn't pull anything since Draco and none of his servants I was working on completed? Jeez.
Well. If it isn't Cad.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I am prepping my move back to Florida, so it's been a heck of a month.
Yep. That sounds like that's going to be interesting. So you said it's family that's bringing you back, right?
It was family that brought me back to the Chicagoland area. It is my wife that's moving me back to Florida. That's the reason we went in the first place.
Oh, nice.
And she got basically her former job back, but with a substantial promotion.
Ooh.
And one that she's very enthusiastic about. So we were like, it would be foolish of us not to go along with this. It's going to hurt in the short term, but for the long term, it's going to be worth it.
Oh, yeah. And like, again, Florida usually has a little bit better in terms of like tax rates compared to a lot of the like northern states and stuff. So that'll also help you out in the long term.
We were not excited to come back here up north and have those income taxes. Oh boy, tax season was rough this year.
Good old SALT, state and local taxes.
Exactly. So last time we did this was a little less than a year and a half ago, I think.
Wait, was it really that long?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize it had been that long. I thought it was only like a year, but...
Time flies.
Indeed.
So for anybody who is new to this concept, first of all, actually, let me just say hello to everybody on CAD's stream. I'm Vent. I am the Phantom Guy. And Cad, if you want to introduce yourself to my folks.
I'm Cad. I'm the Artoria guy.
This is FGO Lockout Bingo. Hello, Opie. Thank you very much for the follow. So this is something that I adapted from what I saw first in Hollow Knight and Elden Ring and Dark Souls speedrunning communities. It is a lockout bingo. So what that means is we are going to generate a bingo square, a 5x5 grid of little micro challenges for Fate Grand Order. It might be something like roll Mozart in the friend point gacha. It might be something like get Chacha's trip animation when you use a skill, which is a random chance. It might be something like win a mission without using CEs.
There we go.
And we've got a list of, I don't know, maybe 75 to 100 of those, roughly-ish, that have been thrown into a computer, randomized, and spit out on a random board every time. The way this particular variant works, we're both looking to get bingo, bingo being 5 across, diagonal, or vertical. But as soon as one of the two of us claims a square, the other person will no longer be able to do so. What that means is, it is possible to see that your opponent is going for a bingo and block it. it is also possible to prevent anyone from being able to achieve bingo at all. In that case, what happens is whoever has majority is going to win. So the first person to 13 out of 25 will be the winner. That only happens if bingo is impossible for both players, though. So it is conceivable. There is a world in which, like, one of us gets 17 squares, but the other one gets 5 in a row. The person that gets 5 in a row wins. So I hope that that is a clear, succinct explanation. For anybody who is watching my stream right now, I have some FGO specific rules on the stream here. And I already shared these with CAD, but
I did add them as commands, so...
Perfect. So the rules are, number 1, both of us will be starting with a blank, completely empty team composition. So we cannot have preset something ready to go and hit the ground running. Whenever we start, we're going to have to start building from scratch. Number 2, there are some squares that are going to have to be claimed in missions, in, combat. In order to claim those squares, you must complete the mission. You cannot see Chacha's trip animation and then bail from the mission. You have to complete it. A mission is considered complete as soon as the bond gained panel appears. So once you see your servants gaining bond, you can click on the square. Otherwise, it's pretty much what you'd expect. Free for all, anything goes. Pick whatever support servants you want, though there's at least one square that requires a specific support servant. So, Kat, I hope you have some friends watching the stream who can put Phantom of the Opera up, just in case.
Oh, God.
You know I was
Chat,
not about to make
you
this
heard
and
him.
not include Phantom somehow. We do also have an Artoria square for you.
Excellent.
No guarantees it shows up on the board, but it's in
So
the
that
pool.
you specifically have to use them as the support.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
so...
that specific square for Phantom is called Christine, and that is using 2 Phantom of the Opera Noble Phantasms back to back.
Oh, that'd be fun.
And then I believe the Artoria one is to clear a Camelot free quest using only Artoria servants.
Well, that'd definitely be my advantage.
Yep. So, I see that you connected to the room.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it set up in like on stream capture here, but I tried to do the browser capture, and of course it's like, no, you got to log in. So I'm trying to do an actual window capture here for it.
Yeah, I did the same. I set opacity to 90% and just have it up in a corner. Hopefully it's legible enough. Now, the board that I have currently displayed and that CAD is currently getting set up, this is not the one that we are going to do. This is just there as a sample so that we can have a visual aid. We're going to generate a new square in a few minutes, and that will be the one we're going to run with. So while you're getting that set up, CAD, as the number 1 Artoria enjoyer here, I have a question for you. There is an objective correct answer here,
yes,
and I'm going to be judging you harshly.
Oh.
Best Esk Ascension.
Oh God. For me personally, I prefer the first. The big hat's the actual like the big hat Morgan, as I like to call her. It's the Dark Souls reference, right? So
this guy right here.
It's fantastic.
That is exactly, I was rolling for her. I told stream I'm gonna grail her, and people were like, why do you want to grail her so bad? Like, you've already got Castoria grailed. I'm like, yeah, I do. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I like the big hat.
Yeah, it's great.
It's perfect. It's so perfect.
And you've played Dark Souls as well, haven't you? Because I remember raiding into you a couple
Dark
times.
Souls, yeah. I'm actually still editing the Dark Souls videos for YouTube. I'm like halfway through, roughly. But yeah, finding Big Hat Logan, I literally loaded into one of the maps and saw the loading screen that had the big hat and the name Big Hat Logan, and I was like, I have a goal. So I'm looking forward to Dark Souls 2, which will happen in maybe a month or 2 after I finish my move.
Yeah, and actually, have you played Elden Ring at all?
I have played Elden Ring.
Okay, yeah, because obviously her third form, Noble Phantasm, that's definitely an Elden Ring reference.
Oh, I haven't seen the third form's animation yet.
Yeah, go give it a look and you'll be like, oh my god.
Oh, good. I definitely will. So, I said this before, but anybody who's here on my stream, if you want to get the full picture of the action, if you pull up CAD side as well, you'll see what both of us are doing and strategizing at the same time.
Yep.
One thing to note, once we start the race, we'll mute ourselves. We're not going to be, communicating with each other, telling each other what we're doing. Part of the fun is
Hey, leave that one
being
alone.
blind. Yep, but it's totally possible that both of us will be going for the exact same thing at the exact same time, and getting sniped out of one of your squares can be a game changer.
So, and just remind me here, for marking off the section that we've completed, do I need to choose one of the colors specifically, or is it just one of us is going to pick a color and we'll just click on it when we're done?
That's it. So for example, on here, currently I'm red, so whenever I click on a square, it's going to highlight red.
All right, so I will switch to blue. Red versus blue.
Perfect. Red Oni, blue Oni.
That's right.
There was one last thing that I wanted to say.
Yeah.
And I cannot for the life of me remember what it was, so it can't have been that important.
Rules, maybe? Anything in relation to that?
Pretty much went over all of them. I think once we generate the new square, the new board, we'll reveal it so we can take a look at it. You can read the squares, and if you have any questions, because not all of them are necessarily perfectly clear, I'll be happy to clarify. For example, if anyone was reading this and saw the words Christine, 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 that might raise some questions.
Yeah.
Also, this is something that I have on my channel as a viewer redeem. I've done this with some of my viewers a couple of times. I've had one particular match that went all of about 10 minutes because they just trounced me and blitzed a bingo.
Wow.
So this may be something that we do once if it takes forever. This may be something that goes very quickly. So maybe best 2 of 3.
I'm surprised someone was able to beat you that fast.
Oh man, he just absolutely steamrolled me. Everything I tried to do, he was right in front of me. And he had a better strategy for a couple of them than I did too.
Yeah,
all right.
It happens.
So you ready to generate our real board?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Oh, there's some interesting ones on here.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Mozart one.
So wait. That's so interesting. So I happen to, because I have 2 computers, I happen to be in the room twice with you.
Uh-huh.
And I got 2 different bingo boards.
Oh, really? Weird. That's bizarre.
Yes. So roll Mozart in the top right, is that the correct one?
The one that has win a fight with no NP in the center is what I'm seeing.
Oh, and that one has Mozart in the bottom.
Yeah, bottom row there.
I wonder if I can refresh this. Sorry, the whole reason I even logged in twice in the first place was basically to have it on my right computer for marking it faster, but then have it on my left computer so it'd be an OBS for people.
Makes sense.
But somehow the OBS computer got a different one?
That is so bizarre.
That is, especially because I clicked that one first.
If we need to generate a new board, we can do that.
Let me just try refreshing and see if that fixes it.
Good deal.
Yeah, I think it did.
Perfect.
Pretty positive it did.
For the most part, though, most of these are pretty self-explanatory, I think.
Yeah, let me take a look here real quick. Oh god, it was the anger one. I think I got the anger one last time. And that was the one that I lost on trying to get that to work.
The anger one is I think possibly the meanest one in the whole
it's
list.
So evil.
It's possible. I've done it, but you have to plan it out so precisely. And that's the thing, some of these are definitely meant to be near instant, and some of them are meant to require some brain power.
Yeah.
Because, like, if you have the entire rest of that top row filled in, then that means I am forced to go do the Angermanyu one.
Yeah.
Because if you do it first, you instantly win.
Yep. But then I'm also forced to do
Well, but you're not. That's the fun part, is you could just
I guess,
choose
yeah,
to
I
let me sweat
could
it
go
out.
elsewhere, but
Exactly. You could start threatening a bingo somewhere else, or just going for majority.
oh my god. All right, so hold on. Let me get to the point at which you said we have to have an MP party, right?
Yeah. And I think it makes sense for when we start to just be like in the party setup screen on the empty party. We're both starting from the same spot in the menus. One of my longtime viewers
actually-
just dropped in the chat and said, "Hey, how hard are you losing?"
Dang. That's just
that's on
just
brand.
mean. Now, so last time we did this, just for clarification for anyone that doesn't remember, I got really close to beating Ventos, but then I lost in the end. Like we got hung up on trying to get stupid Angry Mango's NP for like a good 5 minutes, and that allowed Ventos to win. So it's his game. He has the veterancy on this.
That is true. I have a slight advantage in that I made the thing.
So there's no guarantee anyone's gonna win this in any way, shape, or form. All right, I guess I'm ready.
All right. Well, then what I will do is I will go ahead and do a countdown. Once I hit 0, I'll say go, and then I will hit the mute button on Discord, and we'll kick it off.
I'll probably just mute it on my headset, but yeah.
Perfect. All right. Well, then in that case, best of luck to you.
Yep.
And we're going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, chat. So I think I'm going to go for that middle row again. Mostly just because this is one of those where basically, and actually, hold on. Let's do the craft essence here as well. Yeah, K-scopes would be ideal, as that should allow me to move through Stun, Charm, and Pigify an enemy at the same time. Stun, Charm, and Pigify an enemy at the same time. I could potentially get that, so... Oh my god. Ventos already went for 2 easy ones there. And then Charm would have to be... Somebody has to be able to, like, put the Charm on. So I'm sitting here thinking that basically, like, we just need somebody that has it on a skill. Comma Summer? Yeah. The problem... Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to go with that. Yeah, he sniped 2 of the easy ones. I didn't even think about that. From full to empty in a single turn is wild. Actually, no. Let's go... Ah! He got me on that. So I'm gonna have to block him. He's already in the node, and that's like what's killing me here. Oh, wait, no, I need somebody else for this. I need a Summer BB if I can manage it. No, I don't need Summer BB. I need 5 of a kind Artoria, basically. That's kind of rough. Like, no matter how I think about this, this is going to cause issues, and I'm spending too long setting this up. He's going to trounce me this time, chat. And I know he will. So we're just going to have to go in, and we're just going to have to do it. He rolled Mozart so quick? Yeah, he did. A 4-star experience card's not, like, too bad there. Damn. Can't get the mono-colored hand on that. So this might be a win with no NP, but he already got that anyways. This is 2 out of 2, so... Oh, I didn't even take the right plug suit. No, this is just... God, this is a crap one. I'm pressured by his immediate blitzing. There's nothing I can do in that. Like, I can get the 50k crit and stuff, but I've basically got to back out and try again here. It doesn't matter. Just pick someone. He fumbles? Yeah, it is what it is. I go for the 50k crit one, but like 50k crit's not hard, but monocolored hand is proving difficult here. Last time I got it like immediately, so I got really lucky with that. Dun Charm and Pigfight at the same time. So I guess the question is, does it have to live? I didn't even think about that. So now we've blocked 2 of his rounds there. Wait, what? Okay, there we go. We got that. Yeah, which one is Legend of Crimson Hero? Saber Ellie? Oh my god. Yep. So we're still going to keep going for monocolored hand. I should be doing complete all Fuyuki free quests than this, but it is what it is. Okay, we didn't get that. I can shuffle here, but I can't get rid of her cards. Still nothing. We're gonna shuffle that. Still nothing. So we just there's nothing. We basically need all non-Artoria cards to be busted. That was a 50k crit. So that will definitely count should I get it. Oh, we're so close. CAD tunnel visioning? What is that, Remnant? Yeah, sorry. Can you not just have 2 Artorias? That's probably what I need to do at this point. Take 2 Artorias and have Bunny remove herself, which I think was what I did the last time. So let's go find another Artoria. Because trying to RNG, that's way too annoying. If I try to do too many at once, I'm going to have an issue. God, I hate that skill. God, I hate that skill, chat. There we go. Monocolored hand accomplished. Fuck! I actually, like, I can straight up tell you guys what happened. I didn't get enough time to look at it. I wanted to go because I didn't want to, like, keep Ventos sitting there waiting while I was, like, looking it over. But, like, I spent too long actually setting up the freaking stream. Poison, curse, and burn the same enemy without Koinskaya. Okay. Defeat enemy after using Oberon's Invuln and Pierce in the same turn. I mean, that's doable, but it's a problem, right? Damn. This is gonna work one of these times, chap. Meth, Robin, Caster, Liz. Yeah, I'd have to think about like that. It basically it needs to be on skill. So Robin's definitely the poison. Caster Liz is the burn, and yeah, is Meph the curse? Does Meph actually have curse on his stuff? Oh, it's not gonna kill. I know it isn't. Oh my god, Ellie actually did a thing. Oh my god, wow. Probably the safest play. He sent Meph to the archive? That's not hard to do. I mean, do I have to keep Meph in the archive? Is there somebody else I can get the curse off on a skill? Rules don't say you have to keep it there. You're not wrong. I gotta get that far right row blocked. There, she got it. Yes. Yes. Okay, so we just got to get out of the node now as fast as we can. Will not be easy in this node. Fuck. Please, Liz, please. I should have popped the Mystic Code. Liz is not famed for her MP damage. Never mind, we're safe. Come on, 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 come on. Thank God! He's blocked everywhere except one place! Oh wait, no, I have to use my my blank one. So we need to find something that like I can hit with an Oberon NP and not kill. Wait, that's... I was doing it on the wrong one, chat. We're going for the 1 million damage NP. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. But I don't think I equipped Oberon. Oh, no, I did. Okay, thank God. And actually, like, this might be it right here. Oh, it's so close. Oh, I don't have Invuln Pierce. Daddy's not blocked everywhere? I know he's not blocked everywhere, chat. No. He's blocked almost everywhere. There's one row he's not blocked in. Although, actually, wait, can you go diagonal? I didn't even think about that. I've not been paying attention to doing it diagonally. Wait, chat, was that 1 million? I didn't see. Was that 1 million damage? Probably it's bingo. Trigger guts 5 times in the same fight on a single servant. Fuck. $900K? 2 million? Did I just get 2 million? Okay, sweet. I need a taunter. I need the 5 times guts. It needs to not be this node. Well, actually, it can be this node, but... Solo Herc, pretty much. No, that's done Scathe. There it is. I need one more source of guts to give him. A-scope gong? Yeah, it's not a terrible idea. Shez? It's somebody that they need to be low level. So wait, do I have an esports gong? I gotta find like something that's capable of offing itself. That's the problem here. Nightingale Archer? Yeah, I don't have like any of my esports stuff out. Habitrot? Doesn't have to be female for Habitrot. Like I need a fifth source of guts, chat. That's my issue here. Oh, he got the Angry Mango NP. Fuck! So he's going for it here. The Mystic Code. No, chat! There's only 4 sources with the Mystic Code. I need a 5th. I need a 5th, chat! Oh, wait. No, never mind. I'm counting wrong. I forgot her cast one. I forgot. We're good. We're good. Yeah. Oh, no. Damn it. That just got way worse. Do we have to succeed the node? I guess we don't. There's no and win. Wait, what? I don't know if a scuff counts. God. You needed the bond, didn't you? That's a good point. Oh, it's the left nose. Yes, I'm aware. I forgot Habitrot doesn't actually kill herself right that second. I forgot it's not until the end of the turn. I'm aware of how Qinggong works, chat. Should have used a rash? This was a issue, chat, of finding somebody on fucking support. That was the problem. And yeah, I didn't have my esports gong. You do have to win the mission? Okay. Is that one? So basically, we've been popped twice. The problem here is the node itself is also just long and bad. There's 3. Like, I've actually picked too difficult of a node. You can use command seals if need be. That I don't know. I don't know if using command seals are against the rule. It's another one where it's like, I don't think of these things in the moment. All I know is we got to go fast. That's actually way too much, but... Command seals are off limits. Okay. Which means this is just effectively a wipe. Like, I don't think there's anything I can do. Actually, I should have used that for free NP, but whatever. Fuck. God, I don't think I can get this. Nothing I can do will actually, resolve this issue. And all the nodes are in such a way that, if we take Habitat, basically, chat, I need one of you guys to put up an esports unit. That's the only way this will work. I need someone that can just die really freaking fast. I just... Ah! I don't know. I gotta try. Esports Shingung. Oh, there's nothing I can do here. The ordeal call nodes are way too much health. The normal free quests are way too little health. So it's like, bro. Wait, how does he have 3 left? Oh, Chin. Can I do double gong to proc 2 guts? It doesn't matter, chat. I can't get the gong to die. Gong needs to die. That's the issue. And there is nothing I can do about that. Like, if I had my esports gong, and I think I'm thinking of my JP where I have one. I don't think I have one on an A. Because I just never bothered with esports on an A. No, dude! No! God! That was so fucking close! Oh! Oh, I could have gotten it there, too. Again, the problem is Chen Gong! Chen Gong needs to fucking die! Thank you, Sen. I don't see how he doesn't get it at this point. He's probably having the same issue I'm having, which is that we're both trying to do this and neither of us can get it to actually happen. The last enemy had buff removal. I figured. Yeah, the problem is the Arash is too strong, but it does get him out of the party and clears a wave. That's unfortunate. Like, the node has to be just long enough to actually, like, do something. Oh shit, he's gonna kill him. Oh, that's perfect. Or is it? Wait, no! Like, sometimes the guts do consume, other times they don't. And it's so fucking ass. You forgot to use it? I'm not going to use the scuffing on this. I don't want to beat him that way. And to be fair, there's no guarantee, even if I block him here, that I win. In fact, I think I'm completely blocked as well by him at the current point in time. I warned you about the curse? Your warning meant nothing, because the prior curse tick put me to 1. He got it. Damn. You could have popped the evade? I could have, and then I wouldn't have gotten the guts pop at that point. Is that GG?
That's GG.
Yeah.
You were going for the same one there, yeah?
Yeah, no, I had been on it for even longer than you, and I could not get the RNG to go in my favor. I had 2 failures right at the end of the node.
Oh, that's rough. I came very close on my first try and also had a failure.
Yeah. How fast did you get the anchor one? You sniped that.
Were you going for that too?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I was gonna leave that one for last. I was just like, if he gets it, he gets it.
Yeah, I went to where did I go? One of the nodes in Septum that has like 3 waves of 3 basic low-level archer and lancer enemies. They all have like 2,000 HP at maximum. And so I just gave him what's the name of this CE? Royal Knight's Resolve or something? The one that's minus 20% defense.
Interesting.
And then I paired him with a Taunt Servant and a Castoria. So just instant Noble Phantasm, 100%. Wave 2, Angermine, you Noble Phantasm, stun himself and taunt. And I hoped that it would do more than 2,000 damage. Which, the first time, an enemy used an attack up skill instead of attacking, and I failed. Well, would you be down for one more match?
Yeah, I'm absolutely down for another. That went relatively fast, so it was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, there were a couple on here that I definitely did not want to
I forgot how to do monocolored hand properly, because the first time we did this, I got it immediately. This time I was like, I was trying to do too many things at once. And so I had too many things going on, and the chat's like, just put a second Arturian cat. I was like, oh, you're right, of course.
Yeah, my initial strategy after doing the friend point gotcha, which I got incredibly lucky on.
I saw you snipe those 2, and I was like, fuck.
Yeah, first roll 4-star XP, second roll Mozart.
God, that's
I was trying to go for the Epic of Remnant ones, and I got through 2 Epic of Remnant quests before I got scared of the Angermine U square.
Yeah, I was doing all of the Fuyuki free quests. And then I had to get off of it because of the Herc one here, and I was like, dang,
Yep.
man, like, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to try.
My chat tells me that Mephistopheles ended up in the second archive.
Yes. Mephisto did. Mephisto
wound
is
me,
my least
Cad.
favorite. And then we were questioning because I had to do the poison, burn, and curse one without Koyan, and someone in chat's like, oh yeah, Mephisto. And I was like, wait, but can I pull him out of the second archive?
It doesn't say keep him there.
That's what we were thinking. So, and then I guess the other question came up of command seals and
Yep.
can you scuff and all that stuff. And I was like, I don't know. And I was like, I don't feel like that's in the spirit of the rules type deal.
Yeah, command seals are a no. Save scumming, I don't do it on my stream, but that's
Yeah.
more as like a... I don't think it's a good viewing experience to see me like stop the game, crash
Sure.
the app, restart. So I would
But
say
yeah.
no, but like if that's something that you feel strongly otherwise, I wouldn't fight
Yeah.
against it.
No. I was like, chat was like, Cat, do it. And I was like, no. It's like, I don't want to win that way, right?
Yep, I respect that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and make the new one.
Yeah, go for it.
Hopefully
I am
we get-
going to pop a gold apple.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Since I was completely out of AP at that point.
There is a square in the pool which is have exactly 0 AP,
Oh, good God.
which is obnoxious because you have to be able to see the number 0 there, which means you have to math out the correct way to do it and then finish the node fast enough that you don't regenerate that one extra point.
Okay, so how does this? So the stream PC has the old one again.
Weird.
Did it get
While
the
you're... Oh,
same?
this is a very different
Yeah, I think this is
board. There's a couple that are the same, but for the most part, all of these are new. I think there's 3
Oh,
of them
that
that overlap.
middle square is evil.
Yep. There's a square right next to it that's also evil.
What? Leave the enemy
Actually,
at 1
that
HP.
whole row is pretty awful, except for the no arts cards.
Yeah, I mean,
One of
Oonga
my,
Boonga is Oonga Boonga. So
Real. One of my chatters asks, were there rules about chat giving advice? Not really. I initially, when I first started doing this, I was like, oh, don't give advice to the streamer chat. Realistically, that's just not enforceable. You know, and
honest
it's
to
fun
God.
to engage.
yeah, I was gonna say, honest to God, half the time they're a distraction.
Yeah, that's also true. People ask questions, I'm like,
Yeah, chat's sitting there and they're like, Cad use Qingong, Cad use Qingong, and I'm like, the problem is Qingong's not dying, chat. Because I didn't have an esports version of him, so I was just like, and then someone was like, okay, I'll put him up, and they put him up. It's like, there you go. It's like, so it's like the first part, it's like, no, it's just a complete distraction. The second part, it's like, there, now you helped.
Yep. When I was running for the guts thing, which like obviously we're gonna do Herc with Bond CE, no question
Yeah.
about it. I was like, oh, that only gives me 4 guts if I'm using Herc alone, so I need someone with guts. Let me just pull 2 random servants off the top of my head who have guts, Iris Veil and Asclepius. In both cases, their guts are on a Noble Phantasm, which I
Yeah.
did not think about.
Yep. That's, you're sitting there and you're trying to go as fast as you can, but then you're like, wait, no.
Yep.
You
I
go in
saved
and you have the
5
wrong
seconds
thing
in the
equipped.
servant select, only to lose 5 minutes in the execution.
Yeah. Yeah,
there's a
there's
couple
times
of
where you
really
just
mean
have
ones here.
analysis paralysis, basically.
Yep. And that's part of the fun of it. So taking a look at this board, anything that raises any questions?
On the top roll, who's Diavoltron?
Oh, a Diavoltron is one of the Lost Belt enemies. It's the giant, like, snake.
Ah, okay. The flying one?
Not the flying one. I think it was introduced in Lost Belt 1?
The Hydra?
Yeah.
Does it have to specifically be called that?
Yes.
Okay. So it can't
Which
be
I'm
another
fairly
variant
certain
of a Hydra.
They are called. And I'm going to go clear my team setup real quick. You're gonna
Oh,
need
God.
to pull
Some of these are
Mephistopheles out of
rough.
second archive.
Oh yeah, let me let me go get him out in case I need him.
Send him straight back to jail.
Where was he? Yeah, the problem is my second archive's full, so I actually had to vacate a position for him.
I was worried about that when I started rolling the friend point gotcha. I was like, oh no, am I going to have to start burning servants and XP and CEs in order to actually play the game? None of the friend point gotcha squares appeared this time, I don't think. Oh, no, never mind. NP5 a servant from the friend point gotcha is on here.
Oh, disgusting.
Yep.
Dad, am I blind or have I just like missed Mephisto somehow? Or did I get him back out? Your filter's wrong? Wait, is it? Oh, servant XP, thank you.
The
I'm
number
just
of
staring
times
at
I've
him
had
being like
that
servant.
exact conversation with my chat.
Yeah. Where
Actually,
is
most of the time it goes, Vent, remember, you can use filters.
Yeah. I use them pretty religiously, and I have the inverse of like you said. It's just like I will sit there and I will have way too many filters equipped, and then everyone will be like, "Cad, no, you've got it wrong," and I'll be like, "Ah."
You're not going to find a Guts CE. You are filtering for bond up.
500% overcharge without overcharge up effects. Okay. Wait. Without any overcharge up?
Yep. Which means you have to get a servant up to 300% and then put them third in a Noble Phantasm chain.
Yeah. I was like, sitting, I was like, hold on. Yeah, my brain wasn't functioning there.
A thing that almost never, ever would happen organically.
You know, it's funny you say that. I actually have had a couple of scenarios where it does. Usually, though, it's like, and I'm just talking not even like 500%, right? In that scenario, I'm talking like just getting to the 300% overcharge. Usually, it's like very specific units. Like if you're using like Emiya and you have him in his arts form, and you manage to like have just buff stacking on him, and he'll get back, and it's insane. But then the next NP is kind of neutered due to the way he works. So it's like, there's a couple scenarios I've managed to get it, or like I just was in a challenge environment and like I sat on a Castorian P over and over and over and over and over again.
If MASH could hit 300%, I feel like OG MASH's kit with that crazy NP gain up, that would be pretty easy. Alas, they hate us and will not let us take our MASH where she belongs. At least not on NA. I don't know if that's a thing on JP yet.
Nice shot is specifically Summer, what's her face?
Summer Mabe.
Mabe, yeah.
That's right. Her Noble Phantasm is 5 hits, and every hit has a chance to land the debuff.
Oh, God, yeah, you're right. That middle row is disgusting. Okay, I think I'm good.
All right. Well, then the rules will be the same as last time. I'll give us the countdown, and then we'll kick it off.
Sure.
Best of luck. We start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. I'm immediately going to put Mephisto back in the second archive chat, where he belongs. Okay. And then from there, let's see. Win a fight with no arts card used and defeat a shadow servant with their same servant. I should be able to do that pretty easily in Fiyuki, even on 1x speed. I'm trying to remember, because doesn't this have shadow? That shadow Assaulter, if I remember correct. And we'll try to get the no arts cards used. Been 2 minutes in my room's kind of wild. No arts card. Faster than worrying about whether or not they live. What about the 1 times battle speed? I thought about it, but I want to secure this fast. Because this is a really, like, easy one to get. He already spent 2 minutes in my room. I need a rainbow NP chain. And a rainbow brave chain. We're going to do this on slow. There's the rainbow brave chain. Oh, it has to be a 3-wave mission. No! Ah! Yeah, I went for the fast one there, but I realized it's like, oh crap, that's not good. I need somebody with a K-scope. It's not gonna matter. No, it needs to be like a support caster that can get to their NP. Oh, Kemba got me. back to back, so back to 2 times, so NPs aren't too bad. This is you got to try to get multiple done as much as you can. He might get this one from me. If he does, I'll just immediately try to turn it back on. Okay, so where's the rainbow MP chain? I just had it, now I've lost it. It's all the way at the top. You got the 50k crit and Diavolton. Damn, dude. So I can block him with this rainbow MP chain up top, but I've got to try to either get the Sambakets one or the Poison Burn and Curse the same enemy. Which chat, who did we use for Curse? It was Chiome, wasn't it? Yeah. Use Killian Dark for that? You can't use Killian Dark. She's specifically exempted. Oh shit, I forgot to turn off the slow speed. I've got to get this before him. Damn, he got it. Now I'm stuck in this node. He's one away too, and he has the advantage. He can just go straight for the Kets one, and there's nothing I can do about it. Oh my god, dude. I made a mistake. I should have carded out that last wave. Put up your Santa Kets, chat. I mean, I have Santa Kets myself, but yeah, I'm gonna need multiple Santa Kets. Give me a Santa Kets with an MLB K-scope if you guys can. Quick. Lucky crit, thank god. What am I doing? Okay. Can you do a two-wave node? I guessed that this was, and it wasn't. Come on, 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 come on. Woo! Thank God! Alright, chat, I need a male and a female sphinx. Yeah, Camelot's definitely got one. There's a male. Damn, he got the male and female sphinx. So he blocked me there. I must have just barely beat him on the Samba Cats. Like, just barely. Oh shit, I need Liz's NP. Oh no. I need this to not kill. There's 500%. Natural. Now the problem is I have to actually kill the crap out of this. Look at that potato damage. Now you need to win. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. I doubt he's going for that one anyways. But at this point, it's just like, hey, let's secure this. I'm actually, honest to God, I'm actually surprised he got the Sphinxes as fast as he did then. Because he had to have just like one-tapped their asses. I probably should have staggered, but whatever. Now this is difficult. Because now, like... I could go for NP5 as servant from the gotcha, but then I got to get max HP stack King Protea. And that's a long one. That's a very long one. You can still get bingo. I'm aware. We need one more Matahari. Bart's at 3, yes. Sparty's at 3, I think. Apart? Who the heck is apart? Oh, Spart. Okay. I was like... Bart's at 4. Rash is at 3, I think. Bart is at 5? I don't think he can get bingo now, but I also don't think we can get bingo now. Max HP. Dude. You need to actually NP5 that Bart? What? No. I'm not gonna go with that. Like, the rule did not specifically state it in that regard. So in that regard, I'm gonna take the win on that one. It's like roll 5 copies is how I interpret that. If that's different, that's on the thing for being like non-specific. Okay. I'm honest to God, I'm unsure of what to go for next. Oh my God. KP is the only way you can win. I can't win, chat. Like, not in that regard, right? I'm not, chat. You won't ever catch me doing this normally. Yeah, KP is a huge waste of time. Huge. And the match is over? The match is not over. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro! I've got to think about this because, like, this is kind of rough. Go for bingo, CAD? Chat, I don't think I can. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. I have to win an Epic of Remnant free quest using only bronze servants. That's the only way. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Chat's talking about diagonal. I see. Yeah, the problem is I don't know, like, where I could get that then. Sorry, that's my bad. I didn't see why chat was saying that. I thought chat was saying, hey, go for that one just for, like, the meme lord of reason of it. And I was like, dude, no, like, that's not worth. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I'd have to find a node that I can reasonably do that in. And like, this is the problem. I don't know how. I brick the capture card, of course it did. You need a node that's like non-lethal, but able to like just able to stay alive long enough. Did the anniversary challenge quest do one of them? Chat, you have to be able to complete it though with her. Like I have to be able to get the node killed still. That's probably the biggest issue here is no matter what I do, it can't be lethal enough to King Protea, so I have to be able to like stay alive. I need a good node for this, and that's where I'm having issue. The Liz SPQ? What? I don't know what an SPQ is, chat. Y'all keep using some fuck ass like abbreviations. Please stop. Like, There's nothing I can do in that regard. If I can't tell what you're saying, I don't know what to do. With a strong writer in the back could work. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're talking about the Liz one out here. You use StormPod SPA? No, dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I've never said anything like that, my man. That's weird. The problem is we might kill. I always call them bleached earth quests, my dude. Nobody calls them that. He got it anyways. Yeah, we spent so long arguing about this chat. He got it in that time. So honestly, that's a relief. He blocked me, and now I don't have to worry about that. But now, honestly, like, I'm not sure what to do in that regard. I need a ruler Da Vinci with a noble phantasm, like, on the ready. Dude, I don't care what you guys chat. I don't care. I literally don't care. Y'all are sitting there bickering about dumb shit. I don't give a fuck about who was right, who was wrong. Literally, I only care about accomplishing the next task. If you're not commenting in such a way that helps that, I'm gonna ignore your comments from now on. I don't know how else to say this to you. Give a suggestion, or please leave the chat open for people that will. Nice shot is buff success chance, isn't it? Uh-oh. I can't do this one. We found an error. I don't have Summer Mabe, so this one slipped in. You never rolled her, yeah. To be fair, this is one that, like, we clarified that ahead of time. but I'm not sure he ever like checked this one for that. And he did ask me like, "Hey, are there any problems?" And I didn't notice it. So that's on me. Because I even asked him about, "Oh, it's nice shot that," because I literally forgot my NA account doesn't have it. Fuck. Can't blame Ventos for that. Can I put mine up? Go for it. Give me it with a MLB K scope. But I think I need buff success chance on her to secure that. Oh, I don't have her either. Does anyone have her? Let's see who'd be best for Mabe. A K scope. Damn. We need the red one, right, chat? We got green and blue. Come on. Channeling Buster. Two greens, two blues, dude. It's overcharge? Yeah, just scheme it for me, chat, because I think there's also buff success chance that you can do. Or is it... No, it's debuffs that she lands, isn't it, chat? %500 overcharge gives guaranteed. Okay, let's hope we don't get a same. Red. Of course. At least her NP is fast. Green, so now we just need blue. See, I think Ventos is also kind of at this point where he's like, what the heck? Because none of these are like easy. They're all RNG laden crap fests. Blue! We did it! Now I just have to get through the node. Bro. I should have popped her buffs. So 500% is what we need? Is that 2 or 1? 1. Dude, my heart's racing. Leave an enemy at 1 HP is wild. Alright, so you got the free quest one. That was probably the other easy one. Wake a sleeping enemy with Oberons and P is interesting, because I think Summer Abbey, I can put someone to sleep and then wake them. It's dead, so I don't get it. There was no nice shot because it just died. I'd almost say ask Ventos for a ruling on that, but like I don't know. That's weird. Because it's like, what do you do in that scenario? Like, I could certainly take her in, but it's like, we did everything we needed to trigger 500%, and then it just, like, didn't die, right? It was 400%? No, she was at 200. There were 2 prior NPs, and I had an overcharge that was 500. This should be my last Fuyuki quest. Yes. Why am I... Uh-oh. Did some of you guys take yours down? What are you looking for? Yes, obviously, man. He got the nice shot one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask him about that in the end. This is such a shit node to do. Burn a Skelly? Burn will kill Skellies. At least it should. Oh, you just got another one. Oh, he got to leave one enemy. Enemy at 1 HP. That's a wild one there. Don't they need to live to wake up? I don't know, and that's one of those deals where like this is just rough. I'm just gonna call this a win. Like to me, this isn't cheating. This is like, how do we interpret the rule type thing? And it's like there's honest to God a point where I just have to go like, no, it's kind of BS. Like I feel like I should have just gotten that other node that instead Ventos got, because we completed the quest before he got it. But like I said, it's I honest to God don't know. It just died that fast. It's like if the limitation is always that, like, oh, but you can't actually kill. It's like, that's rough. I don't know what to do about that. It's already hard enough to set some of these up to begin with. Prevent an enemy from gaining any NP charge for 4 straight turns. So we need NP seals. Ozzy's gonna kill. That's the problem. Grand Wang? No? What? Yeah? No. Huh? That's such a... God, no, I don't have it leveled. I need it on a skill. Fuck. Yeah, Karna's not a bad idea, actually. Oh god, that was pathetic. Holy shit. This is gonna be hard to get out of this node. Probably should have gone with the Aussie card there, folk. Okay, chat, that's 2. So this will have completed it, but now we have to get her dead as fast as possible. And you can see all of those NPs, and she still has 600k health. This is not ideal. Come on, Ozzy. Come on. Yes, good crits. That guts will wear off before I have to deal with it. %98%. What's the gimmick of the Liz AQ?
GG. I was one turn away from claiming that square.
So I went into the Liz Bleached Earth quest, and I was like, okay, I got this done. I got the 4 turns of NP seal on her. And then I was like, crap, she has 600k health. I still have to kill this. So
I'll also have you know, on the Samba Kets square,
yeah,
you sniped me by maybe 40 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got lucky, and like the very first one was it. And I had double Samba Cats. So we were asking this, and I split with you on this one because we had 2. One where I took it and the other one where you took it. So I took the Oberon one where people were like, oh, he has to wake up. And I was like, I don't know, right? Like, I was like, I put the target to sleep using Summer Abbey, and then I used Oberon's NP on it, but the target died. So I was like, I guess the spirit of the rule that we were looking for is, does a target actually have to live? Because
I could have made that more clear.
I was gonna say, because this also came up with the land 5 nice shots where I did it before you, but chat was like, oh no, none of the debuffs landed because the target died on the first hit. I did it in a Fiyuki run.
So that one I'm not certain. Does do the nice shot graphics pop up? Does it actually
apparently
say nice
no, because we were at 500%. We had secured it, right? And it still didn't go off. And I was like, wait. And it was because the very first hit of the NP killed the enemy.
For that one, I would say no, because it doesn't show the graphic. It doesn't say nice shot. For the Oberon one, I'd say it's fine.
Yeah, that's where I was just like I was like, okay, I'm not gonna mark that one done then, I guess. And then chat was also saying like, oh well, you didn't kill for that one either. I was like, no. It's like there's a point, I guess, where you have to say it's like, look, I've set it all up. I've done everything necessary to get it. Yeah. But it's still like I guess where it becomes really hard then at that point is not like that you don't know how to complete the challenge. It's you have to find like the perfect node for it. If you have to be able to like keep it alive in all of those instances. And I'm like, I don't know. Like,
which that is something, for example, max HP stacks on King Protea.
Yeah.
Like, that means that node, at a bare minimum, has to last 10 turns.
Yeah. So chat was screaming at me to do it, like, Cad, go for the win. And I was like, dude, no, that's going to take so much time. And I thought, like, they were just memeing me and trying to get me to do it, like, to waste time. I didn't even realize I could have gotten it diagonally.
Well, the funny part there is... I also did not realize that, and I was doing something completely different for a couple of minutes, and then I just look over at chat, and someone's like, Cad can win on the diagonal. I'm like, no, he can't. Oh!
Yeah, that's... I think like neither of us actually realized, because I don't think any of us wanted to do that.
No. Oh, there were a lot of ones on here I didn't want to do.
Yeah, they were rough. They were really rough on this one.
The one that there was a long stretch of time where neither of us put anything on the board, and I was like, I would bet that he's in the middle of the sunk cost fallacy on the Ruler Da Vinci node.
So it only took me twice.
Wow.
What I did is I got somebody to put up Ruler Da Vinci. So I had my own Ruler Da Vinci, their Ruler Da Vinci, and then I took double 50% charger, so I had 3 shots at the NP at least.
Nice.
And the first time I didn't get it, despite getting one of the Ruler Da Vinci's back to another NP, so I actually had 4 and I still didn't get it. The second time through, I got it. Just off 3 NPs, and I was like, dang, that was so lucky.
So for the Shadow Servant one, who did you use and where did you go?
Fuyuki, and actually, I definitely did that one. So I actually double did a Fuyuki node this time around.
That was what I was thinking. When you clicked that node, I was like, oh, he's probably going to one of the Saber Shadows in Fuyuki.
Yeah, I did Salter, and I killed her with Salter.
And then I was like, okay, so I shouldn't go to Fuyuki because he's already got a lead on that.
Yeah.
And then you never clicked the Fuyuki thing for ages. I was like, man, was I wrong?
Because I went off and did other ones, and then I came back to Fuyuki.
Yep.
Because like the one I was trying to do, you sniped the Poison Burn and Curse one probably like I was in the node. I had just started, and I was like, oh, I have to still complete this. We did the 500. Oh, you also got the male and female Sphinx one stupidly fast. I was in the node for that, and
so
I had
funny thing happened to me during that node.
Yeah, you got it really quick, and I think someone said that you got a bug or something.
Yeah, so on the third wave against the Sphinxes.
Yes.
First of all, I was an absolute moron and accidentally put my Samba Kets to sleep with Oberon.
Oh, no.
Because I was just like, autopilot, push the buttons.
Yeah.
And then on that specific use of her Noble Phantasm, I happened to get the Jaguar Man announcer.
Nice.
So I was like, okay, I'm just going to finish the mission. And then when it came to the attack turn for the Sphinxes, the camera locked onto them and then did not follow them during their animations.
Yeah, the same thing happened to me. I noticed that. That was really weird.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm wondering if that's like specifically a thing in that node, or maybe if something to do with Sphinxes. I don't know.
I've done that node not too recent, or not too long in the distant past, and it didn't ever do that. The fact that both of us got that is crazy.
That is funny, because I saw someone came in and was like, hey, let's see if the same bug happens to Cad, and I was like, wait, were they talking about the zoom in thing? It was like, look at the Sphinx, they're the main character now.
Exactly. For the 3-wave mission, what one did you do for that? On normal speed?
The 3-wave, it was another Fuyuki one, and I actually messed it up the first time because I went into a 2-wave mission.
Whoops!
And I was like, no, dang it!
I got all the way through an Epic of Remnant free quest, with all of the bronze servants. I got to the very last wave, like 4 turns of attacking and whittling these enemies down with my Gareth and my like Benkei. And then I looked at the plug suit and realized that I had auto-selected a Summer Nobu. And I had a gold servant in my lineup.
No.
Yep. And then Gareth, man, I tried with Gareth so many times.
And chat was like, oh, he's probably doing Gareth, and like, how would Cad do it? And I was like, dude, I don't want to do that one. That seems evil. Like, so the strategy that we had just come up with was probably the what was it? Is it one of the AQs has 6 enemies in a wave? I think
that's brilliant.
Yeah, and so it's like you go in there and you just get them all to hit her so that you get the multiple procs. But like,
nice.
That's
what I was trying to do was I had her with Poster Girl, and then with her own taunt, that's 4 turns of taunt.
Yeah.
If you give her cooldown reduction, because her stacks last for 5 turns, you can back-to-back her skills and build them up over the course of 4 turns instead of 3.
God.
And I started by trying to stack that in with the bronze servant thing, and that just didn't work.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have done that.
I had to pivot to King Protea, and
honestly,
then I went back.
I was surprised that it took you as long as you did to get the Epic Remnant one. I wasn't going to go for it because I figured it's like, oh, he's going to get that easy because he's the guy that's out there using Phantom all the time. He's going to go get the Bronze Servant one really fast, and then it just kept going and going and going.
Initial thought,
and then you finally got it towards the end here, and I was like, oh, wow, I'm surprised he didn't get it faster than that.
Yeah, the path for this one was I started by going to my room. I was like, you know what? No one's going to expect this. Cad is not going to snipe me out of this. No way, no how.
Okay, so we did have one with chat was screaming at me that I needed to actually like combine all my copies of Bartholomew Roberts for the NP5. I just rolled it and I was like, okay, I got it done.
Yeah, that is the intention behind that one.
Okay, that's on me then. I'm sorry about that because, like I said, I was like, I read that as roll 5 copies of the same unit.
Yeah, rolling 5 copies is the intent. Actually, upgrading and like combining them, no.
Okay.
I'll change that for next time. And that's the reason I like
there
doing
were a couple of these
feedback.
where it was gray area enough. Oh, by the way, this is completely on me, not you. I don't have Summer Mabe on this account.
Oh.
So
really?
I had to fish for a Summer Mabe a couple times. That is also what delayed me.
Who was on Summer Mabe's banner? Who was the 5-star?
So and I remember you asked me like which units do we have, but I think that was back during the time where we still had solo 4-star rate ups. So I think I rolled the banner, but I think I specifically avoided Summer Mabe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And so like, yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't have her on this account. I do have her on JP. So like, this is one of those things where it's like, oh, my brain just blends it all together and I forgot. Like I even asked you about that one before we began and my brain just completely, I guess, farted because I did not remember that I didn't have it on this account. And I was just like, oh, well, I can take someone else's support. I can get it done that way.
Well, and taking the extra Ruler Da Vinci was very smart.
Yeah, that I knew. I was like, there is only one way that's gonna happen, and that's how I got the Samba Cats one as well. Is I had to take 2 Samba Cats basically, but like I said, I lucked out. I got it on the very first attempt. Like literally just the first NP I did, it was there, and I was like, okay, sweet.
I don't know what the odds are on that.
It's. There's 2 different variants. I remember that, but I don't. Yeah, you're right. Like I don't remember what the odds of it are, because it's her and is it Osaka Behime or something? Is the other announcer?
I don't think so. I think it's just Jaguar Man and then 2 or 3 other voice lines from Samba Cats.
Okay.
If I had an Ereshkigal of my own, I would put Ereshkigal.
No, yeah, it was someone else.
Visitor.
It was someone else during that event had Osaka Behime as an announcer in it.
Yeah. But who I do not remember because that was not one of the strongest Christmases.
No, it was not. I mean, I guess it was a fun one in the regards to like, hey, we're just having luchador Christmas, but not really
I had
like
fun with the little challenge quests, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that puts us at 1-1. So I don't know how long you typically stream. If you wanted to do another, I would be game.
Oh god.
If the answer is no, then we can schedule it for another time, or we can.
I'd say let's call it here. Let's shake hands and say it's even for that. Because like I'm sitting here looking at the time, and I did tell Chad, it's like I was going to go over the leftovers of that Honkai Star Rail interview with them, which I haven't gotten the chance because they interviewed Nasu for that.
Oh really?
Yep.
I did not follow the Honkai Star Rail news at all. That's cool.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting one. There's been certain comments that have made me like question Nasu's sanity, and there's been other things where I'm like, oh, he totally gets it. He's such a genius.
Cad, only now in the year of our Lord 2025 are you questioning Nasu's sanity?
Oh no, I know, right? Like, but it's one of those where like I guess I have the utmost respect for the guy, but also at the same time as someone that's a longtime player of like FGO and has been around the Fate fandom for years and years and years. It's like, yeah, I mean, there's definite points where you just go like, okay, there's something unhinged about this guy.
You can't make truly great art without being a little unhinged, right?
Right. Well, I think it was it Yoko Taro, I think like a week or two ago, said something to the effect of like, the reason video games are not doing as well right now is because there's not as many crazy people making them. And it's like, yeah, I mean, he's kind of right. It's like they're trying to, push everything way too much towards like profitability and not like the creative process. Appeal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And with Yoko Taro, I think that's a really good example because A, his works are nigh incomprehensible.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's what, Drakengard into Nier?
Yeah.
And the fact that he made a sequel franchise off of a joke ending of a cult classic game.
Yep.
And made the plot of that completely bonkers bananas, and then gave a variant of it based on whether you are an adult or you're a child with two different versions of the game.
Yep.
And then took a sequel to that 10,000 years into the future.
Yep.
Story-wise, it's bananas. And then, of course, there's the fan service and the fact that he's like, I don't know, I just like looking at sexy women. And like, you know what? You gotta respect that.
Yeah, based.
Real recognizes real.
Yeah, no, and you can tell, it's like if anyone can put that out there, it's him. It's just like, he's not wrong. Like it may sound like he's saying something crazy, but it's like, his point is valid. It's like it usually takes somebody that is a little bit abnormal to be that creative and come up with some sort of off the wall concept that at the same time everyone manages to love, but at the same time it's like something nobody else would think of type deal.
Coming from a theater background, that's a very common thing in my world as well. I mean, if you think about some of the biggest Broadway musicals, I'm sure you've heard of Cats the Musical.
Yep. Yeah, and who would make a musical about cats, right? Like,
yeah. But it's not just that it's a musical about cats. It is a musical adaptation of a collection of poems about cats.
Yeah.
Set to like a major dance musical. Just utterly bizarre. And it was a smash
or like
hit.
Hamilton, which is also one of the like major ones as well. So it's like
Hamilton
you're sitting here thinking, like, why would someone make this into some major theatrical production? And surely, even if they did, it wouldn't succeed, right? And then it's amazing, and it's like the best thing we've ever seen.
So sometimes it just takes someone who is willing to go out very much on a limb and has a creative vision. Doesn't matter if anybody else understands that vision, just as long as they're willing to pursue it to the end.
Yeah. I think it's that passion that shines through, and it's what I think other people feed off. That they can tell that this was crafted with love and care, and they're just like, oh my god, this is amazing.
Absolutely. Well, I'll let you go get to the interview and enjoy the rest of your stream and wrap up your night.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. In chat, again, that's Mr. Ventos X FGO over here on Twitch. And he is a fantastic content creator. If you guys ever get the opportunity, go watch him. You guys know he is the Phantom guy. He loves to do all of his stuff on that end. And again, it's always a like amazing thing to watch the process unfold for how he does some of his runs.
And for the folks over on my channel, if you have not already visited, followed, and subscribed, if you are able to CAD, go do that. What an awesome dude. What a fun stream. What an informative and thoughtful streamer you are. And the videos you put out, the content you put out, top notch.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And yeah, that's I can't say nicer things about Ventos at this point. It's always fun to do these, and we will have to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got some other ideas that are, shaking about, not related to bingo, so I'll reach out to you if any of those materialize.
Sure. Yeah, if you ever want to test them out on me, I'd be happy to.
Absolutely. Have a great stream, and I'll catch you next time.
All right. Thank you, man. Later.
Peace out.
I forgot I have to leave the call. Sorry for getting testy, chat. I just, when I'm under the gun, I'm like, ah. So like it was kind of like invigorating for me, but I'm always like in the zone with that stuff and very much like competitive. It's something I love. It's like, I'm not going to get angry at Ventos for beating me. I'm not going to like sit there and lord it over him and be like, oh man, I did this. You suck. Like, I'm never that type of person. I do love a good competition every now and then. And it's so fun. So I love that bingo concept that he has. It's been honestly like just a really, really interesting thing because it makes you think about the game. It makes you think about the nodes. It makes you think about the units. It's great as both a brain teaser, but also a performative aspect of it, of like, you have to know your stuff. If you don't, and you can see there were some times where like, again, like he talked about, where we just had not really, either of us had not checked off a node in a while towards the, like, I'd say last like 40% of that. And the reason is I think we were both kind of like stuck trying to do things, but like there was nothing, like there was no easy way to like combine any of these. So it was definitely a all over the place type of thing. Give us cookies, we forgive you. I don't have cookies. But yeah, I love it. It's always a fun one. That's the second time we've done it. The first time Ventos actually beat me. And, again, it is what it is. It's one of those deals where you just kind of expect it at that point. But it's because he's really, really good at being able to, like, put together the compositions himself. Glad you had a good time? I did. And like I said, I love doing collabs with Ventos. He's just an all-around swell dude. And like I said, he's been one of the content creators out here in the FGO community that, like, I have no problem doing stuff with. I absolutely just get along with Ventos. He's just always a fun time, so. The Liz node turned out useful? It did. I think we could have found a better node, but it did. I was also very concerned when he did my room first. I thought he was going to use that to plan things out and min-max half the board. Yeah, I legitimately did not think he would go for that first. That surprised me, and I was just like, oh, he went for the, like, quote-unquote brain dead one. Because that one's a trap. Like, you could go into that and waste time while somebody else is gathering a bunch of stuff. You could also go into that and have it sniped from you, like, right in the, like, last second of, like, oh, I've been here for, like, 1:50, but the other person was sitting there for 2 minutes. And you're like, oh, right? Like, so it's one of those insane ones. And thank you again for the raid, Mr. Ventos. Guys, I can't stress this enough. If you have not followed Ventos, if you have not watched any of his content, go do so. Do me that favor. He is absolutely fantastic. And again, like I was saying earlier, which is one of my favorite content creators in the FGO sphere. Just always a fun time doing stuff with them. 2 solid minutes to strategize. I think it worked well enough. No, yeah, it did. Like that's exactly what chat was saying. It's like, oh, I suspected that's what he was doing. And I was just like, I just didn't expect you were going to go for it right away. That was one of those. I just set out to be like, no, I'm gonna try to like hit as many of these as possible right away. And of course, you know how that goes. It's like you try to do too much, and then you maybe get like one or two of them, but you can't do it all at the same time. That's always the. I feel like, at least for me, that's always the trap I run into, is trying to do too much at once. Glad you had a good time. I did, and it was fantastic. Let me find that HSR interview. I'm trying to remember what tab we had it on, or if anyone in chat has a link. Because I had it somewhere, but I think maybe I closed it. Actually, no, I know where I have it. I was going to say, Trubs and I were talking about it earlier. Oh, yes, Maple Story. So yeah, for any of you guys that weren't here yesterday, towards the end of stream, we actually started going over this. And I don't know if I'll be able to get through the rest of it tonight, because we're getting a bit of a late start here. But that's mostly on me and not planning my timing well. But gonna go eat your dinner and have a great rest of the stream. Thank you. I appreciate it, Ventos, and have a good dinner, my man. But yeah, so like, this is an interview for the Fate Stay Night collab with Honkai Star Rail that they're doing, and apparently, like, Nasu sat down with them for the second time, and so this one's with a little bit of a different person. The first time he was with the producer of Star Rail, which was David. This time he's with one of the lead writers, I believe, which is Yakitori, is I think his name. And last time we got through the entire first page here, there was a whole lot of back and forth about like how to write and kind of the assistance that they got with making the collaboration. Like I was saying, some of Nasu's earlier comments made me question his sanity a little bit, and whether or not Nasu still kind of had that drive in him to still do better, because he was just kind of heaping a whole lot of praise upon MiHoYo and Star Rail, and kind of saying that like it worried him, and that like he wasn't sure that they could do anything to that quality. And it's like, I think a little bit that's just him fluffing things, but that it's worrisome to us to read stuff like that, because you begin to wonder, does Nasu still have it in him? Does he still want to keep going with FGO? Then later on, he really ended up kind of making comments about like, yeah, it makes him competitive still. It makes him want to make FGO better. So that's good. So like, we do actually still get to see, and that was something that I think like my stance is evolving as we read through this interview, as to, again, whether or not Nasu actually does care or not, and he clearly does, at least at this point in the interview. How much of that is standard Japanese kindness? Yeah, and that's where I'm assuming, like, a lot of it is just, hey, he's trying to be a polite, I'm not going to say host, but like guest, if anything, right? Where it's like, hey, he's just going to like heap praise upon them and say like, oh yeah, they did a good thing. But yeah, there is, some additional like colorful language in there that makes you wonder. So like I said, we kind of read all through this. He actually talked about Lord of the Rings at one point, which was wild. I didn't expect him to do that, but it's actually good to hear that even someone like Nasu has consumed Lord of the Rings, and it's so highly lifted in his mind that he uses it as the quintessential example of like basically the first type of fantasy, as they were talking about different types of fantasy. And then the second type is the type more wish-based, that so like the first type's basically kind of a realism-based fantasy, the second type's a wish-based fantasy, and he says that's kind of what Fate, and to a degree I guess Star Rail, is all about, is that second type. So it was interesting to see that kind of dialogue there. And I, for someone like me that is a big Lord of the Rings fan, even just seeing Nasu mention that was really, really interesting. So we're going to continue here with page 2. And then, yeah, DDD got mentioned, but decoration, disorder, disconnection. I'm actually not super familiar with this. Chad, if you guys are, I'm going to say, more cultured type Moon fans than I am, feel free to tell me a little bit about this, because I'm unfamiliar with DDD. But so basically Yakitori asked him about DDD, and he goes like, kya, and he goes, this is turning into a cat meme, basically. It was dead for years before FGO came out. Yeah, I mean, like, and there's other Type Moon works out there like Kanan and stuff like that like I don't think most Type Moon fans even know about. So I'm not surprised that there's something I didn't know about out there, because it seems to me like Nasu had actually done quite a bit more than even I gave him credit for, outside of the, generic Fate and Tsukihime and Kara no Kyokai franchises that a lot of people have heard about. It's a story he wrote in 07, yeah. I have way too much homework right now. Some of the gimmicks I was planning to use in DDD have already been used in FGO. Interesting. This is not a prepayment, but something I was able to use because I was thinking about the main story of DDD. For example, the fourth human evil, Beast 4, that appears in FGO is the human evil of comparison, which is the ability of the Stone Staff Fire Hatchet in DDD. If you compare, you will always try to surpass it. Comparison is wonderful, but it is still a bad thing if you think about the theory of human evil. However, this is effectively an invincible ability. So it's interesting to hear that, like, he had concepts that not only had he already enacted in other series, but things that he maybe wanted to extrapolate upon, build upon, and he's brought that to FGO as a means of trying to not only make FGO better, but also trying to make that concept better, is what I'm reading out of this. And so he's going, that's what I decided at the very beginning when I was writing DDD, but then I thought, I don't have the time to write DDD. Okay, I'll use it in FGO. Just kidding. Yes, nothing. So I think he kind of knows that just outside the lines here, chat, there have been obviously a whole lot of criticisms of Nasu over the years, particularly with regards to his ability to manage projects. There's a lot of people that are angry at him, say, for instance, for putting off Tsukihime, and a lot of people that'll blame FGO for that. So him kind of like making this joke is him saying like, oh yeah, I put this off for FGO. And then he's saying, just kidding. Like, because he knows people will actually get upset if he really meant that. He goes, so this is Yakitori now, the Honkai Star Rail writer, and he goes, I first read DDD when I was a student at the time. I really wanted to read the sequel, and even felt a little sad that I might never find a story I liked. But as I began working as a writer and came into contact with works like FGO, I began to think perhaps what Nasu wanted to write in DDD has already been written in a different form in some other work. And I do think that's, to a large degree, he has used FGO as a sort of outlet, a mechanism for his creative juices, where obviously he wants to tell a story in FGO, but he's kind of saying like, hey, because this is such a big project and I'm stuck working on it, at least to a degree, maybe I can get a lot of what I want to put out into FGO in some other form. And we do kind of know that this is the case because FGO has widely been touted, and again, by them as well, like Nasu and Takeuchi, as being the sort of connecting world for like all the other like IPs within Type Moon. I think at first we weren't sure that it was going to be all the IPs of Type Moon. We were sure it was just going to be Fate, but now it seems to have branched out even more than that, as we have Kara no Kyokai, Tsukihime, and stuff coming in. So it's not surprising to me to find out that he's actually kind of using this as just a means to tie all of his works together into one, true Nasu verse in that regard. And it doesn't mean that there's not alternate timelines and stuff still. It's just that, like, it seems like he's trying to use the collaborative nature of FGO to its advantage and to try to bring everything together in a way that, like, he can get all of his fans to appreciate. So I have no regrets anymore. I would like to take this opportunity to ask the question as a fan. Thank you so much for answering my question. No, thank you very much for your kind words. As long as there are readers who say that, I can't give up. It's clear that Yakitori is serious about Type Moon works, including DDD, but have you been influenced by Nasu's work in any way? And is it something you use in your scenario writing? Yes, this is going to be a long story, but first of all, the Fate series has a long history and is a very dynamic IP, so I believe it will continue to play a role in the growth of an entire generation of people. For example, I watched the anime Fate Stay Night when I was in a junior in high school, and by the time I was in high school, spin-off works such as Fate Extra, I assume junior high school in this idea is like kind of like upper grade school, like maybe like 6th through 8th grade, and now he's saying, hey, once I was in high school. So it's maybe a little bit of a different timing compared to something that us in the States might have, and that's something that as you go around the world, people teach at both different, like, how should I put it, like different classifications as well as different ages. So you'll see, different brackets and stuff done in different countries, and it's nothing to be concerned about. But that's one of these deals where it's like, I assume this is a little bit of translation issue and also a little bit of just like, hey, this is how things work for him probably over in China. So just Fate Extra were being produced one after another. It was a really fun experience for me as a junior high school and high school student. Actually, I say this, he might be Japanese himself, so I don't know. At the time, I was still young and did not fully understand many of the themes the Fate series deals with. However, the vague sense of loss I felt when a story came to an end remains in my mind to this day. As I examined that sense of loss, I came to the conclusion that stories have life in them. Then when I was in my second or third year of university, FGO was released, and I spent my time at university with FGO. Furthermore, when I moved to the next stage of my life as a working adult, there was one thing that Type Moon influenced me. This was actually the biggest influence, and it's a bit embarrassing to say, but once I read an anecdote in a magazine somewhere before Type Moon had made its commercial debut, Takeuchi took Nasu out onto a balcony at dusk and told him, "You can do whatever you want." Yes, I was tied up in a lot of things and had almost given up on my dreams. And I said to him, "You're a great guy, so just do whatever you want. I'll give you 6 months worth of living expenses." So this is tough to read because I assume there's some translation issues here. I'm not sure if this is Nasu saying this to Takeuchi or if this is Takeuchi saying this to Nasu. But either way, I'm going to guess it's probably this part that's a little bit poorly translated and that it's Takeuchi saying it to Nasu. When I heard that story, I was reminded that no matter what the road ahead is, I should just go ahead and do what I want to do, regardless of whether the outcome is right or wrong. There's no path in the world that leads to success. However, if you continue to lie to yourself, all you will be left with after decades is regret. Looking back at those times, perhaps the vague sadness I felt as a child was my admiration for heroes. And as I grew up and began to feel the weight of life, the admiration became a source of support for me. Interestingly, when I was a student, I would unconsciously imagine what would I do if I were caught up in a Holy Grail war. That's why I started to acquire a lot of life skills. Wow, that's brave. So my man went on his like full-blown Chunibyo arc at like an adult level. And he's like, hey, yeah, if I were in a Holy Grail war, I'm going to need all these life skills. So let me like go figure them out. When I saw how many spin-off works were born from Fate Stay Night, I became very conscious of the nature of IPs, that even when one work ends, the IP continues on as an IP. For example, the Collapse, so again, the Honkai series, may continue for more than a decade or even decades, but until the day it's completed, many creators will continue to participate one after another and breathe life into it. It's this kind of collective storytelling is very cool. I believe the sustainability of this IP is largely due to the way the worldview is constructed in Type Moon works. This is going to be interesting. So another part of the story that influenced me was making use of characters' abilities and personalities. So just briefly coming back here to this point, the way the worldview is constructed in Type Moon works. I see a lot of this stuff. Honestly, I guess it really depends on what they're translating as worldview here. But to me, it's not the worldview. It's not like how you perceive the world and Fate. It's more the nature of like the Fate IP being a like, you could argue it's a Grail War based thing, but if you think about it, it's a very like wide open IP in the fact that it allows for a lot of things, not only like interest in history and the occult and magic, but also, just, power fantasy and getting to see like two like really strong dudes duke it out. Like that sort of thing has a whole lot of appeal. It not only, is in the realm of like Dragon Ball Z, but also like Harry Potter at the same time. So there's a whole lot going back and forth. You still have slice of life, you still have harem, you still have a whole lot of themes in the Fate series. And that's one of the reasons where I'm going to say it's less about the worldview and more just about like the architecture of the actual like design of the concepts at play here. And then potentially with spin-off stories, the fact that we have created a world that is more or less just a shard, a what if of what could be, and that every other spin-off series is its own shard and doesn't necessarily have to influence the first. Really smart world design, and it really does allow for the IP to kind of live and breathe and still continue to go on without there being all sorts of like, oh, well, this is canon, this isn't, and all of that type of problem. Everything is canon in this case, and it's definitely an interesting thing to see. Another part of the story that was influenced was me making use of characters' abilities and personalities. This is a topic that has become a hot topic on the Chinese internet. So, okay, so I assume this means he is Chinese. The noble phantasm possessed by Berserker in Fate Zero. A knight never dies empty-handed, so it's Knight of Honor, right? Has the ability to turn anything he touches into his own noble phantasm. And it has been said that, so if he stands on his hands and touches the ground, could he turn the earth and, itself into his noble phantasm? Everyone laughs. I particularly like this expansion of ideas, which is why when I create a story, I pay particular attention to how the characters express their own unique characteristics. For example, in the Pinocchio arc, scenes such as Sunday using power or harmony to stop aventurine from lying, and Yomi using the power of nothingness to erase his own existence are examples of how they gradually apply their own destinies and powers. These little techniques make characters seem more real and make it seem like they use the same wisdom in their everyday lives. I can really feel Yakitori-san's passion. I'm very honored. If this has helped spark new ideas, then I'm glad I worked hard. Yakitori-san said, Fate is a work with a lot of life, which I think is a great expression. In the end, it has a lot of life, but we were just struggling. I don't want to die. I struggled, and even when I was asked to do something unreasonable, I would say, wow, I'll do my best to survive. Before I knew it, the series had expanded, and I had become a strong, stubborn life form. It's the same as muscles. That expression really encouraged me. I'm very happy. Yes, I think the past 20 years have been filled with vitality. By the way, in what aspect of Fate do you feel is there a strong vitality? This is the interviewer asking. Okay, just kind of skipping through. Nasu spoke of 20 years full of vitality. I believe that during those 20 years, Nasu-sensei was communicating with his users through his work and also in his own way of looking at and thinking about the world. This is also a source of motivation and vitality for those who receive it, and a belief that this is the true nature of the emotion known as emotion. Again, translation, gonna translate, chat. By continuing to hold on to the influence and emotion you received from that work, you will someday, when it's time to make an important, it'll help you someday when it's time to make an important decision. Just like when I heard the stories of the two of you and decided to do what I like with the Honkai series, I want to deliver a similar vitality. This kind of thinking constantly ignites the spark that gives birth to new creators. I believe that this way of life creator is what gives rise to a strength of vitality. And this all sounds hunky-dory, but again, I'm gonna rewind and point out one of the big things that I've said here, and that's that to me it's pretty clear that Honkai Star Rail is a it's a FGO ripoff, but it's also just a Fate ripoff in a lot of ways. And they're gonna say it's like, oh well, they were like super big fans and stuff. It's like, yes, I'm aware. I don't have issue with liking a series and making a work that is derivative of it, making something that how should I put it, pulls upon the same concepts and ideas. Where I maybe have issue is with the staleness of it. It's a-okay to be inspired by something and to create your own thing off of that. I don't have any issue with it, but you got to spin it, you got to put your own mark on it and that sort of thing. And that's fine. I'm not going to say Honkai Star Rail hasn't done that, but I am going to point out that in some of the case, it is that staleness factor that I have issue with, which is where, it's not just an homage. It's straight up like they took the exact same concept and pairing. And I believe one of the examples in Honkai Star Rail is like Clara and her robot are literally Ilya and Berserker. And this even gets joked about by the developers. And it's like, that's not the only one of those instances. There are numerous. And it's like, if it were one thing that was that close, I could absolutely forgive it. There would be no issue. I think that'd be fine. But the fact that there are so many, and again, like I've said for a while now, there are people that are like in denial about this, that insist that this is not the case. And it's like, that's been one of the big things for me that I've tried to say, like, again, you've got to be a little bit more careful with that. You've got to be a little bit more transparent as well. If you really are being heavily influenced by a series, you need to talk about it. So the fact that this basically was completely unmentioned and not talked about and swept under the rug until we got an actual collab is, to me, ridiculous. It's something that they should have been just kind of like vehemently saying, like, oh, we're huge fans of the Fate series, like, we love it, it's inspirational what they've done, we hope to one day like be as prominent and as I guess like they should be heaping praise upon it in that regard too, and they should have been doing it from the outset, not just now when it's convenient for them to do so. So that's probably one of my biggest issues here, is the manner in which they have done this. I completely disagree with, and I actually think it's scummy. So now that they've done it, I'm a little bit better with it, but I'm still gonna kind of hold that to them, that they did not do this the right way. And to me, this was done primarily with a profit motive in mind. I think some of the creators of Honkai Star Rail really love the Fate series. I think the people that directed them to create the Star Rail game just wanted money out of it. And it's pretty clear that that's kind of what the ongoing motivation was. So that's where a little bit some of my issue has been. Okay, so now where'd we leave off here? That's true. When I was creating the story, I was conscious of putting everything I've got into it, the best I can do at the time. Even if there are limits to my talent, I won't cut corners. I won't take the easy way out. I've always stuck to that. The reason why I went to such lengths is because I want the work to live on for 10 or 20 years. I wanted the package itself to have immortality. If I write it that way, the story won't die even after 10 or 20 years. That's what vitality is all about. And that's a good point. I think Nasu has written Fate to be a little bit more timeless than just like, oh, it has to happen in this year. Because again, you have like, what, Fuyuki in 2006, right? Or 2004 or whatever. And it's like, it's not a big deal. We don't care what the actual timing of that is. We care about the actual story being told more so than that. So sometimes when a story dates itself, it becomes dated and it literally becomes this thing that just gets forgotten over time because its concepts no longer apply. This is something where I'm not going to say it's completely timeless, but it's timeless enough that I can easily see Fate still being around even 50 years from now and there being no real issue with it. What Nasu thinks about the generational change in social games. Changing the subject a bit, I heard that beforehand that Nasu thought that this interview should be discussed as a generational shift in social games. What does that mean? This is getting a bit long, so I'll explain in stages. Before Nasu started making FGO around 2010, social games were just a way for consumers to kill time. They were barely any games, but as voice devices evolved, they gradually became proper games. However, if the consumer games were like an hour-and-a-half movie, social games were like a 4-panel comic strip. It was interesting, but you just skipped over it, and that is what it was. From there, it evolved further with Chain Chronicle, Grand Blue Fantasy, and FGO taking on a weekly manga-like status. Consumer games are rich and luxurious, and social games have been increased in value through the daily fulfillment and building connections with people outside the game. This is the story of my generation, including FGO. See, and this is interesting. I'm not going to say that there's not building of connections outside the game. There certainly is. But I'm also going to say that this is something I really feel like FGO could do a whole lot better job of. And more than anything, it's probably slacked a little bit here in the recent years. However, Genshin Impact appeared. Until now, social games have lacked something compared to consumer games. In other words, they have been inferior in some ways. But for better or worse, since Genshin Impact, they have come to the same level as consumer games. This is a first generational shift. I actually fundamentally disagree with Nasu on this. I do not believe that Genshin Impact approaches the level of a lot of other games. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to say Genshin Impact's a bad game. But I think Genshin Impact is a mimicry of more modern, normal video games, but it's not fully reaching that point because there's just natural restrictions put on the system and things that they've purposely not done, that if we were like, let's say, to compare to something like Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild is going to have a lot more robust mechanics in certain areas that a gacha game just never will, because the gacha game both doesn't have to and also isn't going to waste its time developing on that, because they're more focused on the live service mentality. So that's where, and again, the gacha mentality. So it's like, that's where I look at that and I go like, yes, it's very close. I will give them that, but it's not to me. So I don't believe they're at the same level, at least not yet. And frankly, if they get to the same level, we kind of have some problems at that point, because at that point, that just means that your modern gaming is just all live service gacha slop. And that's not necessarily a good thing either. Genshin Impact is a title that has overcome the limitations of social games in a way. And this, I do agree. It definitely, Genshin Impact was a moving of the goalpost. It was absolutely an advancement forward in technology and capability for the gacha game sphere. And so the rank changed. I'm sure that everyone on the Star Rail team, including Yakitori and many other staff members, are working hard to make something good, but this is only natural. For example, if a writer creates a good scene, it takes a lot of people to turn it into a good video. I'm just kind of, what do we mean good video? In a classic ADV format like FGO, if the writer creates a good scene, then it's just with just as much effort as the writer, a good scene can be recreated. Oh god, dude, the translation here is awful. I think he's trying to make an analogy as to like, you know, we're writing a like almost like a movie or something like that, but and like scenes and like, hey, this being a like film production, but like the way this is getting translated is like all over the place. However, in the social games that have become on the same level as consumer games, if a writer writes a good scene, he or she has to put in dozens of times more effort to make it into a good scene. The amount of effort required here is enormous, and frankly, if you do that on a consumer game, it will fail. No, see, I completely disagree here, and I think the classic example of this is Baldur's Gate. You can literally just look at how much writing and how much effort went into it, and not only did it not fail, it succeeded wildly beyond people's imaginations. So this is one of those things where I think he's a little bit narrow-minded, and this is to me another example of like someone can be a genius in one area and someone can maybe not know what they're talking about in another. I'm not going to say that Nasu has no idea what he's talking about here, but I am going to say that like I think there's something missing. He's come up to a like fundamental flaw in his way of thinking, that this is limiting his possibilities because he doesn't think something like this is possible. It is rare to be able to experience good scenes in spirited movies for 30 hours straight, but Genshin has done that. To deliver a big story, emotion, and fulfillment on such a scale requires a significant number of people and a significant budget. Yeah, that's definitely true. Currently, it is very difficult to achieve this even for some consumers. So if you want to enjoy the most luxurious entertainment, you will only be able to enjoy it in AAA social games. No, I completely disagree with this. I think this is dog water. I think this is a bad take. While I'm sure everyone is thinking that in their hearts, I have no choice but to say it clearly. The generational change is already here. And see, this to me is like, it's comments like this that make me go like, I think it's understandable to be able to like recognize that the times have changed and that things have shifted and like improvements have been made. I think it's another thing to sit there and be like, wow, they did such a good job, nobody else can do this. I think that's bad. That's small thinking. That's a defeatist mentality. We managed to increase the value of social games in the previous generation, but I think it's the next generation power like Hoyoverse that has increased that value even further. And like the way he mentions it, almost makes it sound like he's a has-been at this point. And that's why I don't like this. Furthermore, the Chinese game industry is currently in a period of warring states. In order to survive, we need to create stronger, more interesting titles. I don't think there is a more brutal and thrilling place for survival. The more good stuff Hoyoverse provides in a short span of time, the more discerning the user's palates will become, and they'll start attacking like piranhas, so do your best. See, this is really interesting, because I think, like, don't get me wrong, like, there's technological advances that they've done. There's absolutely, like things that they've moved the goalposts forward on, right? But as somebody that has played the MiHoYo games, I don't like them. I think they're kind of hollow and vapid, and I actually think that they're after your money more than they are after like appeasing the player or like trying to entertain the player. I think they literally try to restrict you and keep you there constantly. I think this is just one of the major issues that we have in the live service industry of games, and gacha games are part of that industry. And it's something where it's like, yeah, obviously our users' palates are becoming more discerning. That is why I believe they just classified Zenless Zone Zero as a commercial failure. And it's not to mean that Zenless Zone Zero is some bad game, but in MiHoYo's eyes, Zenless Zone Zero not gaining $1 billion or only gaining $1 billion, I don't remember what the number was somehow not good enough. And it's probably due to the amount of time and effort that they spent on it. So it's interesting to see this stuff, but I think that discerning palette is coming back full circle on MiHoYo. I think a lot of people are just tired of MiHoYo kind of pumping and dumping and moving on to, hey, we're creating another game. Please come play that. Please come spend money on that. I think people are just beginning to say no to MiHoYo games as a whole. You're either somebody that will play their games or you're somebody that won't. And the line has kind of been drawn in the sand at this point. So it is what it is. There seems to be a new Chinese gacha coming up every week or so. Yeah, and unfortunately, that means that 90% of them will fail, right? Like, obviously, there's going to be some good ones that come out of that. When you're really churning out games, you're going to get some diamonds in the rough. But when you're really churning out games, that means that for every one that succeeds, 9 more fail, right? So it's not good because there's only a limited number of players. There's only a limited number of money. So you're going to end up having issues when that sort of thing happens, okay? And yeah, again, if you guys like Zenless Zone Zero, don't worry about it. It's not me trying to sit there and shit on it. It's me simply stating that, like, this is sort of the evolving nature of the gacha industry and stuff like now. So Nasu's commenting on it because it is changing, and he's right, it's changing. I think it's important for Nasu to, you know, look forward and try to think how he can get ahead of the curve rather than just be like, man, like, we had it so good back in the day. And like kind of take this defeatist approach and be like, yeah, you know, like we were once on top, we were once good. It's like, go be that again, go get there again. So Yakitori is indeed involved in the development process as a stakeholder. That's why I said it was hell. Even the classically made FGO is on fire. Okay, that's I'd have to ask Trubs what he meant by that, because that's. But to have something on that scale and to have it distributed simultaneously all over the world is no longer something a human could do. No, I disagree with this. This, chat, this is your example right here. You can maybe dispute that, like, oh no, Cad, Nasu was right about that other stuff. No, right here. This is your example. Nasu does not know what he's talking about. This, we've known this for a decade. This is Nasu's, like, absolute like blind side here, is that Nasu thinks that, like, oh no, we can't translate this to foreign languages, we can't do this, we can't do that, it's not gonna work, no one's gonna like it. That is a Japanese problem. A lot of Japanese people for years, and it's sort of an old guard thing, a lot of Japanese people for years felt like they could not translate stuff into English because it would just fail, whereas they would point to examples of where they had tried and things did fail, but the things that failed for other reasons. Either the IP was not that interesting, or again, you had issues with actual distribution, marketing, and publication that just made people completely unaware that the game existed. So you have to look inward at that and ask why it failed, not just go, oh, you know, it failed because we tried. No, that's not why. So I think when we see stuff like this, it's like he's thinking, oh, how could anyone do simultaneous release? That's easy. Hire on-site translation staff. I'm dead serious. If they're in the room with you while you are writing it and you go, here is the finished draft, what do you guys think? And while that's going on and it gets finally approved, then it just immediately gets handed to the translation and localization staff. It's done immediately, that fast. Like, you can very quickly pump it out and then have it ready simultaneously. So this is one of those things where I think he doesn't get this. To him, logistically, this is an impossibility. To anybody probably that views anything that simultaneously releases around the world, we should all know now that, well, yes, this is an undertaking. No, it's not impossible. And it happens literally every day. So this is, again, like I'm going to say, one of the examples of like, hey, maybe Nasu is kind of flapping his gums a little bit here and doesn't actually realize. Granted, it's also something where this could just be a translation issue and maybe I'm not understanding what he's properly meaning here. Sometimes overthinking things doesn't solve anything, so I think it's a great blessing to have this opportunity to create such a large-scale story. So I think the most important thing to concentrate on the task at hand. Even in reality, a journey to chase fire is a journey of lost. I see it's something that was started once. FGO was originally created by Nasu with the intention of creating content, and this is the interviewer, by the way, chat, with creating content that would get everybody excited in real time, wondering what will happen next, like Weekly Shonen Jump and TV anime. I think Honkai Impact III is an extension of that, yeah, of course it is, including non-game content such as anime PVs and live events. That's right. It's not just about games. It's also about enriching your real life. It's like from good morning to good night, from the cradle to the grave, Hoyoverse manages everything. Yes, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, this is actually one of the most irritating things about MiHoYo. Some people obviously love it. They eat, sleep, and drink MiHoYo. Other people are like, shut up. Stop. Please go away. I'm so tired of you. I don't want to see you anymore. So this is definitely one of the issues. I know why they do it. They do it from the standpoint of they're trying to keep everybody inside the ecosystem, and the more they create that ecosystem and flesh it out, the more you're trapped within it. So that's why they do it. They're spending all sorts of money in extracurriculars to try to keep you in. And I'm not going to say it's not smart. It is. It's absolutely genius of them in that regard, and it's definitely something that I think they can do that I'm not going to say nobody else can do, but it's something that they have like just the absolute competitive advantage at this point. Now, that being said, should other studios do this? I don't know. I think this depends, because I think this is one of those things where short term, absolutely this works for them. Long term, I think this generates fatigue. I think this generates like an essence of FOMO and, oh shit, I missed that live event. Oh crap, I guess I don't care. And eventually people start either getting tired of seeing it, or they get tired of not being able to do everything, and they basically just burn out and they just go like, all right, it is what it is, I'm done. Like, so I think it's an interesting idea. But the thing that I see with a lot of their games is that they're a big splash hit when they come out, and then they begin to kind of taper off as they become a known quantity, so to speak. And we're now at the point where, at least for people like me that are external and not in the MiHoYo ecosystem, we're just wondering how long until they pump out the next game, how long until they bait everybody onto that one, and at what point they just keep spreading themselves too thin. So that's something that I think is an interesting stance to see. Japanese manufacturers have been spreading the word, understanding that users will fall in love with the game, and at the same time, they are creating an environment in which to accept that love. Hoyoverse is trying to make this happen on a bigger stage with more effort. I'm looking forward to seeing how many dreams tomorrow's Star Rail Live will bring. This interview took place during the Star Rail Live 2025, which was being held in Shanghai. Many people in Hoyoverse grew up with weekly serialized manga and anime, so we understand the importance of making people feel strong emotions by spending time together in real time. That's why I actually think it would be good to update the game's story every week, but it's actually quite difficult. Yeah, this is... I'm not going to say this is impossible, but this is like... God, that's just asking for it. If we did it at that quality, the staff would die. Yeah, see, this is Nasu saying that, and he's not wrong. I know this is going to be a bit of a deep question, but something like otaku culture is developing and flourishing in China. Nasu-san, do you feel any joy or a certain sense of loneliness about this? All I can say is that I would love for you to do archetype Inception. I also saw the amazing works of my predecessors and thought that I would like to create something like that. Huh? I'm just trying to think of like why he's saying this. However, most of the people who know how great those past works are those who lived in those times. I know that young people don't know about them, and I will be in that same situation someday. But the reason I worked hard was to have fun with people from the same generation, to have lived with them. I'm sure that will eventually turn into something better. As long as otaku culture is alive and well, I don't care where it becomes popular. Why Humanity Hymn captures people's hearts. Okay, so hold on. Sojo 3, which is Ordeal Call 3? New Primate Successor Battle, Archetype Inception? Yeah, that's... Okay, so... I would love for you to do Ordeal Call 3. I don't know, man. I don't know. Seems like translation error. I don't think it's translation error because that's what they're mentioning here, but like there's at least something with regards to like how it is being translated that I think like we're missing what the point of that was. I felt that Archetype Inception was the culmination of themes that Nasu has been writing about for a long time. To be honest, as a fan, I wonder if Nasu-san was retiring from the series after this. I want to retire. And this is him joking, by the way, chat. I mean, obviously, I think to a degree everyone wants to, but, you know. Archetype Inception was exactly the conclusion of the theme of the past 10 years. I'd been wanting to say that for 10 years, and it just so happened that the timing's right. And since I could see now, since I could see how FGO would end, I thought I should write about it here. So this is interesting, and this is around the time that, like, after Ordeal Call 3, we kind of got the announcement, if memory serves, that FGO Part 2 would be ending. So it could have been that Ordeal Call 3, it was the catalyst. It was what he was waiting to get out before he could finally say, okay, now we're good. Now we can actually, like, kind of write this one down and say Part 2 can end. Humans cannot live forever. I think it's okay to be selfish when you're young, but a time like this will come eventually. It's important to prepare yourself mentally for that time. That's all I want to say. Also, including Humanity's Hymn, this is a theme that great predecessors of the past have experienced many times and dealt with at the same time. When I think about that, I feel sad. At the same time, I feel happy. But meta-wise, we were forced to say, we're releasing this character this summer, so please use him. I think that is a result of all these coincidences. Archetype Inception ended up being very well made. So I'm not going to stop just because I wrote that. I'm glad to hear that. Speaking of which, I think both Nasu and Yakitori often write praise for humanity in their scenarios. But was there a time when the two of you were conscious of the theme of praise for humanity? I think that if you try to write about one person's life, it inevitably becomes a hymn for to humanity. Whether that subject is king or beggar, a hero or soldier, that's what it means to write about one's entire life. This is something I realized after reading many masterpieces. After all, stories that stay in your heart fully describe human beings. They describe the beginning, the end, and the conclusion of the characters in the work. This provides a moral lesson or inspiration for the readers, so I think that stories inevitably become a celebration of humanity. However, that's just because Kanoko Nasu has a fluffy personality. That's why she thinks this way. So now I would be remiss if I didn't tell you guys that there is at least a theory that Nasu's actually a woman. I don't believe it, but we do occasionally get like some weird translation things like she, and I just assume that's due to the nature of the Japanese language. Compared to Nasu, since I am still in the process of growing and a way of thinking is also changing. When I was in my late 20s and writing the scenario for Honkai Impact III, I would find myself questioning my own judgment when faced with a huge world or feeling lost. Trying to find my own way of interacting with the world, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be honest, Chad, I don't really care about Honkai Impact III. Okay, so scrolling on down. And now that I'm working on Honkai Star Rail, I've reached the next step. As for the title, because the scale of the users and targets has become larger, we want to look at the modern social issues that more people are facing. No, that's bad. You really should not want to do that. I've talked about this before. It's like it's okay to like comment on like generalistic issues, but you really need to stay away from this particular one. This is spicy. Yeah. For example, I think there's something called modern nihilism right now. We feel lost and suffocated about the future, and we feel the oppressive weight of reality. In such a situation, even if you simply write, I believe in the power of humanity, it becomes powerless. What I think is that life is made up of love and hatred. Yeah, nihilism is just everything you do has no purpose or meaning. I don't really care about this guy's worldview. I'm sorry. I really don't. I said earlier, if you read a person's entire life, it'll naturally become a hymn to humanity. But I want to realize what that person had originally given up on. No, I want to make it happen. I want people to realize that I want to be rewarded in the end. That feeling has always been the same. The reward could be self-realization, the attainment of love, an answer to oneself, or even resignation. People who it can relate, people who see it can relate to it. They may be opposed or encouraged. That's why I think humanity hymn captures people's hearts. Nakaturi said something similar, but even so, the reason humanity has continued this far is because of goodwill. If humans were only evil-minded creatures, we wouldn't have lasted this long, so goodness definitely exists. And because there is always too much goodwill, it is invisible to the naked eye. Because there is too little bad will, it stands out. We don't usually notice it, but it's good. It is goodwill that keeps us alive. So rather than believing in good intentions, I would say, I hope it's the same, and I want it to continue that way. Chat, to be continued. I thought it was going to be like, oh, there's just going to be a little bit at the end of the third page. It's a full third page. So that was part 2. We're going to get part 3. I don't want to keep anyone over time because I know some of you guys are interested in this, but I also know some of you guys got to get to bed. So it do be long. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised at how long this interview is. It feels like they sat down and talked for hours, right? Like, let me see who all is on. No one. All right, later, guys. Part 4, 5, 6, and more. No. We're gonna end it here for tonight. Thank you guys for being here. I will get the NA summer guide posted for you guys tomorrow, so make sure you guys are checking YouTube for that. And don't forget, join our Discord. We're always happy to have you. If you guys want to discuss this interview, feel free to do so. And I'll be, interested to hear from you guys on anything like that. But again, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for all the support. Don't forget, go follow Mr. Ventos if you haven't done it already. And again, big thank you and shout out to him for the collab. It was definitely a fun one. I will see you guys for the next one. Have a good evening.